You gotta put
Yeah,
your hand.
behind it so it focuses on it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, I can't.
There
Yours,
it
your
is.
video is not showing up
Hey.
for me at all, Ben. Oh, there we go. I fixed it. Yeah.
That looks
That
so
looks really
good.
good.
It sits on the upper left-hand corner of my desk, so I always see it. Being a lefty, I always look to my left first.
Same.
All right. Welcome back to M&A&D&D episode 107. Just going to call this back at it. It's been a while. But I guess where we left off, the Sword Coast is continuing its descent into war, impending doom, as the cultists continue to ramp up their efforts to summon their deity back to their plane of existence. And it seems as though they may be gathering plenty of treacherous forces to their sides, including the dragons of the Sword Coast, and in some cases, reaching out to some unlikely allies, which is what brought you here to the land of Thay, as you try to come to some kind of understanding. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. As you guys try to find an unlikely ally, you came here to try to see if you can work together. Although you probably much likely prefer not to ever have worked with the Red Wizards of Thay, a seemingly group that the culture revolves around necromancy and such. As you guys brought yourself here, you found yourself wrapped up in a whirlwind of murder, where accusations quickly were pointed in your direction, being the foreigners to the land who are suspected of ulterior means and motives. The M&A, I would say, decided to try to clear their names, but doing a little bit of investigation. But as the bodies begin to stack, the more difficult it has been for you all to persuade anybody that you're innocent. As we last left off, you had entered your chambers after eavesdropping through some secret tunnels, and you were met with an unlikely source. That would be the ruler of this nest, the now in charge. This is not the right map.
Yeah, we're up a level, and I'm not there. I might need to have my character there just to see it.
Is this the map?
What's the other one?
That's ground floor.
We're looking for the one. Yeah.
Yeah, this one.
Yep.
Yeah. So everyone should be here?
I think everybody's here, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
And for some reason,
I'm not in the room.
You're not in the room?
He's still
solo.
out.
All right. You're met when you enter your room by this you're met by figure you're quite used to. Dressed in his grand wizard robes, standing before you with this smirk that kind of peels back towards the ears, kind of showing his his yellow and round teeth that had been filed to jagged points, and this grin as he sets himself. Seems as though you all have decided to continue your investigation. Hmm. I'm curious. Is there anything you've discovered?
Nothing of yet. Already.
The others are growing much more impatient and are urging me to do something drastic to our guests.
Are we not to wait for the
Emissaries or
Zolkir,
Certainly, the Zolkir would not bat an eye if, as the others wish, I presented him with.
well,
He kind of looks around the room to realize not everybody's here. I would have said 5 bodies, but
I nudged the hammer to see if we can get Darf out for 5 bodies. No, not really.
then again,
he looks identical.
Oh wait,
I
can I summon my echo in the shadow of the doorway, like back behind us all, make it look like there's another body back there, but he just hasn't come all the way, like, or
yeah, then roll a stealth. Or slide ahead.
oh shit, I already rolled stealth.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Where did it show up?
No, my stealth is way higher. My stealth is a plus 13. My sleight of hand is plus 5.
Yeah, my apologies. It should have been a sleight of hand, but
Oh, do you want me to re-roll it? If you are
We'll-
asking for a
we'll
sleight
work
of
with
hand,
it.
my modifier is actually different, and it would be a
He could
different.
have rolled a 13 and he would have gotten a +5. So, like, you know, or he rolled a 5 and got.
I think for everybody's amusement, I'll
For
stick
everyone's
with the
amusement.
stealth. But for everybody's amusement, can you roll a sleight of hand just so we can all?
Oh, yeah.
Natural 20.
You asked for it. You literally asked for it.
You said we're sticking to the stealth, so it doesn't matter. He burns a
Yeah.
20 on something that doesn't matter.
Yeah, are you glad that you burned that luck?
Yep. It was
Well,
really
you needed it was
lagging so
a
much on the D&D Beyond page that I'm just like watching it slowly turn to a 20, and I'm like, this is gonna be good. I'm not gonna see this again, but it's
what
gonna be
what I failed to mention is that you needed a DC 20 stealth check to pull this off.
right.
But
Sounds fair. Sounds fair.
as something shifts in the shadow, his grin kind of lowers a little bit. I see some of you continue to be a little bit more more concerned with keeping secrets than others. Now, well, in the morning, the delegation will be here. As they arrive, you all will have found yourself in quite a predicament, as there is no guarantee that Zilkir will let you leave here alive. I must confess that may get in the way of some of my future plans with the Sword Coast, to which I would like to discuss with you tomorrow. Before they arrive, please meet me in my chamber.
And this is
And
outside
then
of the game. Like, did you specify? Was he talking to one person, or was it just still the?
he's talking to you because you're the one doing all the talking.
Okay.
He called you by name.
Yeah, okay. I thought so, but I was also typing, and I thought I misheard that. But I just wanted to. Thank you. Then I will meet you tomorrow morning. This delegation.
He turns his head, and then that grin comes back, showing his teeth, and gives a slight little kind of ingratiate himself to you as he seemingly just kind of like floats back out the door, and the door closes automatically behind him.
Is he on a Segway? Is he hiding a
Is
Segway
he-
under
See,
his?
no, it's
under
it's
his-
one of these new ones they call the hoverboards. Even though they're not,
Hoverboards?
yeah. He's
The
just
one
he's just
wheel.
on it.
Like as soon as the door closes, is the very deep rumble as Vummel will very clearly just want to start smashing the place apart.
Well, we
Like-
bought ourselves more time.
Did we though?
We're not dead. So yes. Apparently he came here with a partial intent to produce 5 corpses for the council. Or for
I
other
doubt it.
staffers. I don't know what they're called that. But
That was his attempt at parlaying to show where his power is. It is what weak men do. That is all this is to them, a giant game to see if we will remove their competition. If it would not cause a problem, I think we should just raise the entire place and be done with it.
while I'm not explicitly against that all the
He
time,
could.
I
I'm
mean,
fairly certain that if we raise this castle down and the delegation shows up and knew that there were outsiders here from the Sword Coast, we would actually just be inciting war.
we could just wait till the delegation gets here and murder.
But wouldn't the delegation be required to still send men back to where they came from, which is head of?
I literally don't know.
Well, they are the delegation for Thay.
Yeah,
So
they're
I would
centralized
say,
as them.
yeah. So I would agree. The possible outcome would be we would be inciting a war between Sword Coast and Thay.
The whole time he was talking, he never once asked any sort of questions that would imply that he was fishing for information to see if we did it. So he obviously knows that we did nothing. And he almost spoke like he knew what was going on.
Pretty sure he's the one who's doing it all.
Well, could be it.
Well,
But
I'm pretty sure this is also the reason why we left my brother to go talk to Zorn.
yeah.
Well,
Meanwhile, I was following Zorn to his chamber so I can speak with him alone. I don't know where Zorn is or his chamber.
Flash cut as we pick up.
I don't know if they would be on the same. Okay, there. I think I'd be coming in through the door.
Have you not been like circling through the passageways?
I think I left. I think I would have. I think I left the grand hall and was following him from outside, so I wouldn't have cut back and gone through this way. No,
Okay. Well, just you move your character to where you think you would have been.
I would have been coming in from here, and somehow would have gone past these guys. If these are guys actually still here. But yeah, I think I would be coming from this door. I would follow him to the door he entered through.
All right.
Are there guard creatures outside the door? Wraiths or whatever?
There are whites here in front of the door. Is this what we're? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you see, as you down the hall, there are two people watching. There are two whites that are watching this door here.
Okay. So lovely. So what I'm gonna put this right here at the top, just so I have a visual indicator of it. Leave me alone. All right, I'm closing it. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. Before I get to there, I'm gonna tell you this quick story of how I got to the door. I would have come from the south side. I have in my inventory a new item, never been seen before.
Is it my missing cheese?
I've probably seen it.
I know. It's called the Hat of Vermin.
Oh Lord!
And it lets me pull either a bat, a frog, or a rat. And I'm also going to say a rabbit out of the hat. And I'm going to pull a bat, because we're where we are, out of the hat. And some, like, so this won't break my loot, my, I'm going to pull this out of the hat so it won't break my invisibility. And I'm going to have the bat fly down here, mess with both of these guys, and then just fly down this way. Just kind of like flutter around and then flutter out, like a back out inside the castle, and just kind of annoy them. And then like just kind of like go down this hall and then head down here and down here. And as soon as they break that corner, I'm gonna make my way to the door to make my way in.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I've used one charge of the Hat of Vermin.
All right. For this to work, I need you to roll above my passive perception.
With a sleight of hand check, I assume? Or stealth? Or what?
I would say, what would be a good roll for this? I guess sleight of hand. in a way.
Because I automatically control the end. Oh, sorry. The summoned creature magically appears in the hat and tries to get away from you as quickly as possible. It is neither friendly nor hostile to me. Isn't under my control. So it acts
Yeah,
as
so
an
like
ordinary
that's what I'm
creature.
saying. Like you telling it goes a certain
I'm
way.
gonna just cast it that way. So like it's gonna head down the hall away from me. So like.
But this is also open, right? Because it's open to the roof and 2A below. So this is like,
Yeah,
so it could just like dart straight up or leave.
Gotcha. Whatever you want me to
So
roll. Yeah.
yeah. So I guess I'm gonna say sleight of hand against my passive perception.
Sure.
If it triggers my passive perception, then it distracts them, and you're the right person for this job. As this thing takes off, and you just see these, as they kind of like immediately, you see their kind of like their fangs come up, and they just start jumping at it. You have a very brief window.
All right. As soon as I got the window, I'm just going to go to the door. If it's, I'm not gonna check it for traps. I'm just gonna see if it's open. I'll slide in. If it's not open, I'll quickly pick the lock and then try to slide in.
All right. So, as they're distracted, you're running through. I do need you to roll at least a stealth
That's fine.
with advantage.
Holy shit!
All right. So you are good. Now, as you approach the door remains unlocked. There's no reason for the door to be locked with two whites sitting outside of the door.
I'm just gonna slip in. Once I close the door, the idea is I'm just going to call out to, yeah, David rolled. David's roll slipped in right there. I did break one over a 5 though, but you know.
No, the rule is advantage both under 10.
Oh yeah. Plus 12, nothing over 20. Yeah. And I'll say I'll close the door and drop invisibility and say, "My lord, I'm sorry to startle you, but time is of the essence." Hands out, just like
Hands out. It is with just flashing speed that you feel your body lift up and slam against the door.
yeah, I probably deserved that.
What's the lighting like in here right now?
There is no way that you thought this would go well for you.
To be fair, I didn't really think much further than, using the hat to get into the door.
That seems completely reasonable for you. Now speak before I crush your throat and drink your blood.
If you could just, I'll speak. But if you're crushing my throat, it's just a little.
That is the challenge.
Okay, so
My challenge is to not just snap your neck.
you think we have been doing the murders among your companions and comrades, but in reality, someone here is trying to. That's tight. Do a power play among that you cannot trust. We think we know who it is, and we only have one option: is to give you the keys to discern who it is.
Slowly start to push it down. You're unbelievably foolish.
Yeah, I really should have sent my brother.
What power plays could possibly there have been that led you to believe that I wasn't the one murdering everybody?
Well, to be honest, you probably not 100% sure on all of the ins and outs of the dynamics, but we
Again,
don't
I'm not
think you would
surprised.
have killed a fellow vampire in this situation, and you seemed very distraught when it happened. The other thing is we discovered the Pix was stolen, and we also know we were told how it was being protected, and you are not able to have been the person to have stolen it. So therefore, it kind of made you one of the most trustworthy people here to determine who's the actual killer. But to be fair, if this goes wrong, and we got it wrong, I'm screwed. But then we'll know who did it.
Uh, you're screwed, all right. I despise the smell of you.
It's the cloak.
No, it's your flesh. But still, and he drops you to the ground.
We got a potion here of detect thoughts. If
He just pulls a sword out and puts it at your throat.
I from it,
Are you implying that I would drink that?
I can prove it's good. Before
Drink it all.
well, if I drink it all, then I just detect thoughts, and it doesn't help you.
If you drink it all, I won't be poisoned, and it 100% helps me.
In our scenario, you needed to know who to trust, and
In my scenario, I murder you, all your friends, and the murder stop. Then I oust that son of a bitch who now tries to sit upon the throne after the murder of my beloved, and I rule the nest, and I become ruler of this keep.
Well, this would have been the dumbest way to attempt to murder you, so I wouldn't imply that. Really, actually,
Your dumbest, I don't think we've yet to see.
that's fair.
Keep in mind, your smartest was to come in here alone. I have no doubts that your dumbest is unparalleled. Now, let's try again, in which I don't consume anything from the people I suspect of murder.
Do you have someone in this scenario? If we were to claim someone is the murderer, it is us versus them, and that doesn't really help anybody, now does it? It is our hope was to give you infallible truth in the way of you being able to read someone's true intent. And that's all I was trying to do. If you do not want to use that option, we can find another way. But again,
Maybe speak on who you are pointing the finger at.
we believe that it is Thos Tarek who is the one been doing this. He had the most to gain. And
What way?
isn't he the next in line to assume the power here? And also, he wouldn't have been affected by the protection spell laid on the Pix.
I believe you have some of your facts wrong. I think I've positioned myself quite well to be next in charge.
Or you positioned yourself to be the next, to be targeted by him. The blame be put on us.
Athos has goals far greater than this keep. He has no intentions of staying here. What good would have the murder of the Thracian done him? This is just a stop on his ascension. This is no.
We
I don't quite
we knew that there were
see.
we knew that there were people allying themselves here in Thay with the dragon cultists. That's one option. The other option, as equally as possible, is someone's just trying to gather more power while the chaos ensues. Either of them are just as likely.
This is hardly proof.
Agreed.
This hardly entices me to drink your potion and risk my life.
Again, I could sample it for you to prove that it is not poison, and I can also cast Identify on it to verify that its contents are what it is.
You will cast a spell to tell me what you are going to give me.
I know, that's why the logic didn't make much sense to me either. So
again, the bar keeps lowering.
At some point, it's a matter of trust then. As low as it can be, but it will have to be trust. Because this low bar and low execution of this plan is one of us being desperate to help you and not one of desperate to hurt you. I am desperate to get you to believe me and not feel threatened by me. I did not come in here to hurt you. I immediately showed who I was. I came here alone. And I've told you everything I know.
Which is
Only
not much, but I do believe you when you say that your intentions. I don't seriously think you've thought this all through. But my suspicions would only be correct if you were a much cleverer person. Bring me the rest of your group. I hate to think of the thought of all that putrid flesh in my room, but a discussion may be had.
Sure. Do you want me to go out the way I came, or do you want me to take another way to go get them?
Are you admitting to me that you have found the secret passageways and have been traversing this keep?
I'm trying not to lie to you and prove my honesty to you.
From that perspective, it may be quicker to take the stairs.
Thank
And he
you.
points to the corner where
I'll be right back.
I know you're not going far.
And I'll go get everybody else. Oh, I'm a giant.
Why is this not moving? What the?
Laughing
What
at
is
you,
happening here?
Alexia promised.
Sometimes
Okay.
it's better. Sometimes it's better to play the fool than to try to play anything else. Just let it happen.
I don't think you were playing the fool, man. I like you sound.
Just let it happen. That's how pornos start.
That's not
No,
what we're
like-
trying to do either.
The way you talk to him, feel like you kept challenging his own perspective on the whole situation.
What are you saying? Like, do I trust you? I'm like, you can trust me. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. Other than that,
I'm here to fix your copier. That was beautiful, Viva. Thank you.
All right, so you're back in the room with your group.
I'm gonna like just open the door carefully, guys.
There's when you open this door, there's a shadowy figure standing directly in front of you,
I get my
kind of
hand,
blocking that area.
I get my hand blade ready. I send and I'll send a message to my brother. Is there a problem? Do I need to attack? I'm through the wall.
So at this point, there is no one in, like, Thos has already left. So I just like turn around and like,
Yeah, but your
and then
Echo's
the Echo turns around and just looks at you.
I kept it closed. I can't see. I just know there's a thing there based on what he said.
Okay, then the Echo, grabs it and opens it, and then dissipates.
Oh shit!
You briefly see, I guess a little bit of a copy of Val. It wouldn't have been Raynor.
Oh shit! Okay. Whew.
Well, Raynor wouldn't have made sense because he knows what Ian looks like. Val's the
Yeah, you're the
closest
closest approximation.
versus Raynor is a human, full armor. So,
Guys,
good news, I hope.
I'm not dead, but
That's
it
okay.
wasn't the best plan. But we made it work. Zorn wants to speak with us now. I told him our side of the story. He doesn't trust us to take the potion on faith to enact the second part of the plan, but he does want to speak with us right now. So if we can all go, also he knows about the staircase. So we do this now or we kind of ditch. It's one or the other, but I think this is our best bet.
Let's do this now. Oh, by the way, Foss was just in here.
What?
He knew we were sneaking around. He's super creepy, as we already know, but like extra creepy, smiley.
How creepy? Like he moved around like he was on wheelies, or like
like
okay.
he had a nice like lean, like a slight lean into a strange kind of he's got like a weird
So
plane where he goes like
creepy.
that and goes yeah.
What is wrong with both of you?
So
All right.
it all
In game or
started
out of game.
It all started
Yes,
20 some odd years ago.
Exactly.
All right. He's expecting to see me tomorrow morning before the delegation arrives.
What happens tomorrow morning?
The delegation arrives.
But why tomorrow?
They attempt to kill him and frame him. We get blamed. They try to have us killed while we try to fight our way out, and they get their opponents killed.
Gotcha.
This is all a horrible attempt of politics.
So we're not dying now, but we're dying tomorrow morning.
Problem.
Okay, so we need to do this tonight.
Problem.
Okay, let's
Well,
go.
let's
go talk
check
to
out
Zorn.
what Zorn has to say about the
The trap we walk into is better than the one we do not know.
Exactly.
This is why I just always have to escape.
I was about to say, like, I
Valen
try not to walk
Valen
into
has a
this.
keen understanding of wherever he is, he knows exactly where the nearest window is, how high it is from the ground.
Good callback. Good callback.
All right. Is everybody good to go?
We have no other choice.
Really? All right. We head up the stairs back to Zorn's office.
Thump, thump, thump.
No, she's tearing apart her.
Let's see Nyx.
She's in full destructive mode. Sorry, I just turned around and saw her with a USB plug in her mouth. Decided should probably notify someone.
Long cat. Whatever.
Where'd you put the air tag on her?
Not yet.
Oh,
It'll
hook
go.
on
It'll
her
go on the
collar.
back of her collar.
okay. Extreme track chipping.
Yeah.
Right. Have you guys moved?
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
heading up.
Can you grab this as a group? Move this to Zorn.
Le yoink.
Zoom.
I will enter. Vamil will enter last because, well,
You blocked the door.
pretty much. It's a size thing.
Zorn, everyone's here.
Likely he can see that.
I know. I'm just saying, like, I did as he asked.
What I asked was for you to bring me proof. Discussion remains is how am I to trust this group of foreigners?
Your defenses were already down when we arrived. Clearly, the protection of the tower was all false. They move against each other.
Also, none of us have the picks on us. So whoever has the picks is likely the murderer. I don't even know what the picks looks like.
I'll find out here soon enough if the Pix is in your room. I thank you for clearing it out for me.
What do we have to gain by starting a war?
With one of the fronts for the Thay being directed at the dragon cultists, the Sword Coast sends its delegation of idiots to disrupt, to kill, to lay waste.
And
It
yet
is
we
the
have
first time in centuries that we've reached out to outsiders. It's a sign of weakness.
is a sign that you realize that something far worse than petty disagreements between mortals is coming. I would trust that a being as old as you can see something truly horrific coming. That is why my God sent me.
You mistake me for mortal.
No, I do not.
See, you petty mortals weigh your lives in whatever tiny spans that you live them. there's a greater glory.
Immortality matters not if Tiamat rises. The greed in this place alone will fuel her and guide her here to destroy you. If you know anything about that false deity, you know that to be true.
There's a deity to you.
He is a deity. There's not a question regarding this.
Then maybe you should stop saying false deity.
Until she is resurrected, then she can remain where she is.
I see that you are adorned with the markings of your deity. Have they been resurrected on this plane?
You assume he ever left?
We know. We know the truth, so let me speak of your false deity, if that is what we're going to call. Does that raise your hackles?
Spoken from the lips of one of your kind? No.
We can pretend all we want.
Well, while we've made friends,
Don't help. Don't.
we still need to get on the task of finding the person who's been
We
murdering
need,
everyone.
yes. That I agree with, but don't help. He knows what he is. He knows what I am. We know where this will lead. It is
And
You
for the
are-
same reason that we don't want to have, we want they on our side against the Dragon Cult. You know, splitting people that can be allies here, it means that we lose the war because we're fighting on too many fronts.
That is why we are talking, and that is why he is searching our room. If he truly thought we were something horrible, there would not be words.
Wait, if he's sorry.
Good?
If he's searching our room, we're not there to witness that they're not planting anything.
Correct.
I guess we're taking this on faith on both fronts.
Oh,
was some
there's
manipulation.
no faith here.
I was saying that out of game.
Oh,
Oh, no, actually, you just said that in game. That was perfect.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, that's
sorry.
pretty good.
Fine.
That was amazing. Keep it that one. Oh, there is faith here. Just not faith in each other.
What about trust then?
The cleric just looks at you like you're an idiot.
They're different things. And
now come, speak of facts before I have everybody strung from the precipice, so that the delegation tomorrow sees that we've ended all of this nonsense.
We have not murdered anyone. That is a fact. Someone within your own organization has damaged your defenses. That is a fact. Who amongst you could? The one the keeper is dead. Who gained from those deaths? Who is in better position? You would know that better than us.
Where I stand, it is you all, and it is the Sword Coast who continues to gain better position from the weakening of those glorious wizards of Thay. And this is
Came
the
here out
circle.
of a recognition of weakness. We knew the Council of the Sword Coast understands the threat that is looming. You obviously understand the threat that is looming because you sent a delegation to the council.
I sent no one.
and yet we're still here.
So, the way I see it, we came here and looking to Vomel And you know that was a stretch that we would willingly come here. However, we came here out of the recognition of we and the Sword Coast will not be able to take on what is coming alone.
Who
And
from
you're
your, oh, sorry.
as afraid of getting destroyed by her as we are. But yet, we're playing these stupid little political games and trying to kill off all these people and trying to kill us for doing absolutely nothing, when if we end up dead, that will further destroy any chance you have of working with the Sword Coast to even come close to making sure that this world doesn't fucking end.
My companion brings up a good point. We were requested to come here, supposedly from from people on your side, one of whom is dead, but who else was, and if you were not part of the group that originally wanted outside help or allying with us, who did? Whose idea was it to bring us here?
It was the Throatian. It was some of the delegation of the Red Wizards beyond just this keep.
What was Theros' feeling on us coming?
Originally, Thos argued against the idea of bringing outsiders, but once the council had met and discussed it further, he didn't stand in the way of bringing you here. I'll confess, I was against this completely. The very idea that you're here, your putrid flesh, disgusts me.
The feeling is mutual.
We could end this.
The fact of the matter is, there was no opportunity for any of us to have been here unless the door was open. And someone opened that door to start, from my understanding, this chaos and infighting. We were meant to be.
What chaos? What infighting? The chaos is the murders that were brought here.
We were meant to
possibly
be the
by you.
scapegoats for what was happening, for someone to do this. That's what we're trying to show. We couldn't have possibly have known what we were walking into. We've never been here before. We never knew anything. It doesn't make sense. To pull off
Let me tell you what
individual
makes
assassinations without
sense.
having any idea.
We have an enemy at the doorstep. In a moment of weakness, we invited another enemy into our home, to which you have laid waste and weakened us from the inside, giving the possibility that we are now beset on both sides by someone who deems us harm.
You haven't
Where is your
really
proof
done
that we
anything
killed
yet.
anyone?
Oh, I'll show you the proof.
Please.
The proof is being planted on our room right now.
No, the
Fair
proof is at the end of this noose.
You have not made an or those that we represent yet. However, we were requested as neutral of a party as could be found in the Sword Coast to come here to assist with the group of the Wizards of Thay that were exiled from your orders, that were seeking to join the cult and gain revenge against you all. And we came here as a result of that extension and request for help against a mutual enemy.
It's folly to assume that I need to respect the wishes of someone that you may have murdered.
Well,
All I asked was for proof that it wasn't you.
proof that we can offer through using this potion to read the mind of those that we accuse in person.
Or read our own minds.
That would also work.
We would not be here if you actually thought we were the murderers. We would not be talking. So something else is happening. Something else that you want. Do you know about the undead lich dragon that members of the tower made? The one that now is flying free, is likely being empowered? And they know where you are because they're part of the same group. Why are we in this facade? There is something far greater here than any of this.
The big dumb one is correct. I do wish to know more about the Dracolich. And I do wish to know more about any knowledge that you took from that tower.
This is the just outside of this is the Dracolich that we actually fought and dealt with, correct?
That's what I was referencing.
We killed it though.
Yeah, that was my question. I thought we.
It nearly
We
killed
murdered the
Emily,
shit
but
out
she
of it.
definitely.
Val made sure that it could not reconstitute itself.
Yeah, 100%. It was, but
We got bits of it in the
I spread that thing across the astral sea.
He doesn't need to know that.
Okay.
Shockingly, sometimes the Goliath.
flying about, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
Put the.
Oh yeah, there was like a moment of panic. I'm like, oh no.
We're just like, nah, we didn't.
Guys, reminder: Bahamut, vampire. Bahamut, vampire.
Yeah, but we've never seen you lie a day in your life, so you know.
I know, isn't it great? Surprise, motherfuckers! This thing called role playing. It's amazing.
I know. It's just sometimes hard to read.
I get 1 lie per long rest.
So you do love me.
Yes, totally.
You can't lie again. You already used yours.
May I?
Ben can lie all he wants.
Is now a good time to chime in to the conversation?
Yeah.
No, please, Terry, come join us.
Because I feel like so I believe my companions has hit the most important the most important thing about this whole situation. Regardless how your perspective or your perception of us for coming here to Faye. And believe me, I understand from your perspective, it is 100% acceptable for you to take us as a hostile outside force. Because who would? Especially, Faye has never established any kind of formal communication with Sword Coast before this. But my companion has hit the point. We wouldn't be still alive if you don't need anything from us. If your only purpose for keeping us alive is to murder us as scapegoat in front of the delegation tomorrow morning, then our party would serve no purpose for you other than just for you to end the communication with the Sword Coast. We could achieve the same goal without you having to slit our throats. If you really want to refuse the cooperation between the Sword Coast and the Fae to prove Fae is the almighty powerful entity in the world, which based on all the magical things and the powers that you guys possess here, believe me, I am 100% in your school of thoughts. They could be strong enough to deal with the coming threat, which you yourself have already recognized. But from our perspective, Sword Coast is not. Regardless how you may think about Sword Coast, we understand ourselves. We will not be strong enough. Without they, we won't be able to win this fight against Telmat and her cultists. It was based on this belief we came in good faith. It is very unfortunate what happened has happened. But like my companion already said, if you need anything from us, please believe you can be wholeheartedly honest with us. We are here to negotiate. We're here to render ourselves at your mercy in hoping that we can acquire any level of assistance from Faye so that we will have a slim chance, a gleam of hope, Sword Coast may survive this ordeal. So whatever it is you're looking for, just let us know. And we will do everything we can to help you achieve the goal. Even if you are against the deal of Faye and Sword Coast working together, at the end of the day, any power from Faye that we can be acquainted with instead of maintaining the hostile relationship, which have lasted for hundreds of years before. As long as we can alter that, then our delegation of being here would have already served some purpose. So please, let us know what you need.
Proof. Proof is all I ask. Tomorrow, I suggest you provide that proof to the delegation. Seems as though the Pix is not within your room. And while I continue to believe you all are untrustworthy, I have no reason to slit your throats just yet.
Well,
Charitable of you.
tomorrow we have been led to believe by a quick conversation with boss that we executed anyways for the delegation. He is asked to have a meeting with the head of that board. Would there be a time where you would want present conversation?
Your mic just keeps cutting in and out.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. So tomorrow, Thos is planning to essentially have us executed when the delegation arrives, but he has asked for a meeting with myself beforehand. I intend to keep that so that I can get as much information as possible, but is there any time where you would want to be present for any of
Well, I'll be in the Grand Hall amongst my peers, waiting for proof that he didn't enter our keep and murder my people. And since
Potion with you.
you did not show me any proof, I think it is wise that tomorrow, in front of the delegation, in front of Thun, you provide something that will keep them from taking your lives.
If we are able to find the pyx and return it, that help prove our, since you've just searched and been able to.
To find the pics that we believe that you stole and returned it is hardly proof of anything other than you knew where it was hidden.
So then, I don't know.
No matter what we say, he's going to find a negative point to it. The point is we have a night to prove our innocence, and that's what the end will be.
All right. Then tomorrow it is.
We need to go find the actual perpetrator of these misdeeds.
Well, I guess we will take our leave and continue our search.
I don't want it to be known that I've talked to you. Please
Yeah,
take the stairs again.
I find it humorous that you think we have any other way of traversing the place other than.
Yeah, especially because we're supposed to be in a lockdown. It's gonna be really difficult to produce proof unless it's on this stairwell.
That doesn't stop you from adventuring through the keep.
Through the stairwell.
Entering the temple will not aid us. We've been dismissed.
Let's go.
Vamo will just lead the way out because
Well, you're blocking the door.
exactly. It's like
Yes. Oh, a lot of hostility here. We're all cool, right? We're all cool just outside of the game.
Can you move out of the
I
way?
was- This is great role playing. I feel super uncomfortable.
I was growing a
Only
little bit
kind of
patient.
sweating.
no, Terry. That was a very good speech.
That was
You
good.
really should have rolled persuasion. Like seriously. So
I
mentioned it.
wanted to, but I don't
Just
think
roll it.
becoming no. But given the situation, I don't think whatever I said is going to help us change the situation.
Yeah,
other
that's, I
than
think what's
the
happening.
best I could
you're
do
a bard.
is
No, no.
de-escalate.
Terry, you're a bard. Don't forget, you were a bard.
Right. We did come up with the Terry check earlier in the campaign, which is the hot check to see where he's at in it, but he's gotten way better.
Like that was a
I mean,
really good speech.
he didn't murder you, and
That is
he
true.
also we also know that he doesn't think you guys have it necessarily. He's just asking for something more than, hey, drink this.
Do we know where Red Rum and did it or it did it is? Because we do feel like they might have like a letter saying signed by them or something.
We're cool. We're cool.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah.
I know that they, because you guys had passed the divination pool or something, right?
Yeah, past the divination pool, but we didn't know how.
have a potion of clairvoyance, which isn't as useful as
Right.
I hope it was, and then we also still have.
But they mentioned
potion-
something about the divination pool, so they might be there.
That was on.
So-
That was in the tunnel area somewhere, right? Or
That
Yeah,
was,
it
wasn't that
is.
that was in the same place that we found the potion.
potions, yeah.
One of the workshops, right?
Yeah, for the
Yeah.
non-lesser of the wizards.
We can check that out again. I think eventually what we'll have to do is
Find the one who's actually murdering it, make them confess or find proof. Prove this arrogant, undead waste of space wrong, not start a war,
We're in our
and then
room.
hopefully get to go smash someone later. That is what we're going to do. That is what we have to do before.
By the way, Vamel, did you lie earlier for the first time?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's twice
Oh.
today.
But I understand the situation is. I mean, the conversation was aggravating.
Do
if
we
I have
know, DM, from
Sir.
from the limited amount of exploring when we were allowed to have more free access of the area, do we know whose rooms are whose? Do we have a general idea?
Not really, because I don't think you guys kind of just
We followed
traveled
one
through
person,
the.
and then we went, and then we just traveled them
Mhm.
down. Okay. Do we have a general idea of like top floor is the best suites, and then second floor is like us and like a bunch of like the help, and then like whatever. Do we have like a basic understanding of that?
Okay, so guest rooms on the 4th floor. I believe there's a servants' quarters and observatory on the 4th floor. 3rd floor, which you guys were at, was
Because I think we're going to be looking for what's her name. I think first person we should look for is
third floor. 3rd floor seems to be where all the big names are. Fosterox, Liam Lynch's, Zorn Goals, Esmeralda's chambers were there.
All right, let's just make a quick game plan with everybody real quick. So we can go back to the pool to go check that out again if we want to do that. We could go look out or check out particular people of interest in their rooms immediately and look for said proof.
If we go in someone's rooms, though, then they know that we're not. Like, we need to be careful.
I 100% agree. I mean, so like, but at some point, if it's not on this stairwell searching, we're going to have to risk it and just use a combination of, I think between myself and, because there's 1, 2, 3, there's 5 of us, right? Between myself and Valen, we can make everyone invisible. Actually, no, Astrid, you can turn yourself invisible, right? Do you have invisibility?
Yes.
Okay, so I can make 2 people invisible, and Valen can make 2 people invisible.
correct.
So, if it
Then it's been
comes
so
to
long.
it,
I have to look at which spell was actually making people invisible.
yeah, if it comes to it,
Sorry.
we can probably sneak around this entire castle all invisible within an hour if needed. And then Val, can you also do, how long has Pass Without a Trace last?
For an hour.
All right, perfect. So as soon as we have to break outside of our safety net of exploring, we turn everyone invisible. We do Pass Without he does Pass Without a Trace, and we do everyone invisible. And then we have our best chance at freely exploring until, whatever. We don't engage with anybody until we have to, or hopefully we don't have to. But this will let us get in and out of rooms.
Well, I will one-up that. So true seeing is not concentration. It lasts for 1 hour.
Did we short rest since you last used it?
I
Or
think we
longer.
long rested,
Sorry.
actually.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did.
I don't remember.
Because we what's his face got murdered while we were long resting.
Because I know you used
The
it
keeper.
already. That's only
The
what I'm
very
saying.
first night.
Yeah,
It was
I
the
couldn't
very
remember which
first.
night it was. Then
I've only been in one game for this, so it's only the first night, I assure you.
Okay. I just don't remember if we took a long rest or not. That's all I'm saying. I assume
Hey, well-
because I know you guys had the nightmare night, and then I think it was after that. But then I guess we've taken a long rest since then.
I think it's before the nightmare, actually. But regardless, I haven't hit anything on my character sheet, and it shows I still have the spell left. So I think I still have it. But I can have that up because it's not concentration, and I can also then put up detect good and evil, so I can see where people are, since everything here is probably going to be evil to me.
Say like you're gonna get a lot of pings on that.
But yeah, the point is that we can make sure we walk around things.
Yeah.
See, look, a plan. It's almost a functional plan.
And I have one more thing. All right. Now, I know you guys won't believe me, but
We won't.
I used this. I made a bat appear, and it distracted the guards. So, I'm sure I can distract anybody here. Don't worry, I'll just keep this in my back pocket.
You are very distracting.
I think Liam is having the Homer Simpson effect. I think the further we go into the campaign, just the wackier he gets.
I'll
I'm
say,
loving
I
it.
thought this plan was actually pretty good overall.
No, it's really good.
I mean, Leon's part's weird. Don't get me wrong. But the rest
He's
of
like,
us.
he's like, I don't have a bat anymore. I think so. So is the bat gone?
Yeah, bat's gone.
Now you have a rat and a.
I can do. I
Senate-
can pull out whatever I want. It's just as long as it's
Oh, okay.
considered vermin.
Gotcha.
It's
All right.
theoretically it's only lists 3 things, but I can probably put like whatever, as long as it's within the like no challenge rating kind of thing.
All right. Where are you guys headed?
Well, we gotta make people invisible first, right?
I think invisibility is actually going to be last, because as soon as someone tries to cast something while invisible, they lose invisibility. Excuse me. And then, so that's the thing. I think we go down the stairwell to the pool, and then we take the stairwell to the Great Hall, and then we circle out of the Great Hall entrance or exit after casting all of our spells to buff us. And then, so we don't lose everybody, just try to like line up in a general order, and try to stay within touching distance of each other. If we have to break up, we'll kind of whisper to each other, but keep it within reason. Sound good?
I am not opposed to this plan.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right, so I'm clicking off those 2 spells for me.
I would hold off until we are
Okay,
about
that's
to
fair.
leave, just so we have like a full hour on everything, pretty much at the same time.
Well, I'm marking them as spent,
That's fine.
so I don't forget.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
Oh.
You guys are heading down the staircase currently to be. This would be what, like second floor, correct?
Yep. And then in one of these rooms, I think was the pool.
Yeah, one of the tower rooms.
Yeah, I don't
It might be where you are, Alex, because there's a circle, and that's where.
yeah, Valen is right here.
This is one of my drawings.
Oh, is that yeah?
Ooh, is this Medusa?
Medusa, yeah.
Dang,
Yeah, it's just I'm too scared to draw the snakes.
that is amazing. I love the eyebrows.
Yeah, and all of the pictures except for some.
Because David, my buddy David, he is.
Oh,
he
heck
does
yeah.
digital art.
Wow.
This is
Oh heck
my daughter's.
Love that.
Wait,
Awesome.
show this one. Wait.
Oh, wow.
Ta-da.
Double thumbs up.
She's just getting into digital art, so I was gonna ask
Double
for your
thumbs
advice
up.
later.
I'm loving
But
it.
that's amazing. That's-
That was really good.
Now kind of like a little bit obsessed with Greek gods. Just
Show
Good
her
night,
the-
sweetie.
You gotta show her the
We all-
art
we all
from,
go through that
Ha-
phase.
Hades.
Yeah, I was about to say like she needs to play Hades.
Yeah.
Oh my,
It's
yeah.
really good characterization of Greek mythology.
Or read Lore Olympus. Also good.
I torture my son every once in a while by telling him he has to finish the Percy Jackson series.
I didn't mind reading that. I actually read it
But
all.
my son just doesn't like like.
The
If
movie
it's
sucked,
something
but-
I pointed out to him, he's just like, I don't want to do it. So I made him read one of the books, and then now every time I was like, clean your room, or else I'm gonna make you read Percy Jackson. 2, and he's like, "Yeah, all right, all right." Okay, so no, this is the deviation pool. As you guys circle down through this again, you hear like most of you stealthy enough, but you hear the thudding of your biggest companion as you guys go down this, and then the dripping of water as it kind of like seeps through the stone floors, and then you get to um, this wizard's chambers that you had previously investigated that sits right outside of the great hall. As you guys enter into the main chamber, previously you had this divining pool that sets in the middle that kind of blue, was glowing blue, mysteriously from below. You guys enter that blue light you previously noticed seems to have dimmed, and it casts the shadow onto all corners of this room. As you guys enter, you just hear one more gurgle. As you look, and laying face down
Oh,
in the
Vent.
divining pool.
Oh crap.
But there's only one person this time. Who is it?
The other one murdered his companion.
Is it Red Rum or is it Did
Did
It?
it.
Or Tidded?
Tidded, yeah. Was it Red Rum or Tidded? Who's the dead one? People doesn't even remember who we're talking about.
Check my note. What stupid character did I come up with? No, I'm just kidding. I remember Red Rum
They
and Tidded.
were the two. They were part of the. Was it?
Yeah, they
group of
stargazing with you
mages,
guys.
and then we found out they were actually part of this. They're just in the background of like our whole campaign. We just never noticed them until now.
They're the Watchers.
Yeah, well, they're like the. I think of them as Rosencrantz and Guildenstein.
Scene.
Yeah.
Better than waiting for Godot.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Just always in the background, never being paid attention to.
Do you bite your thumb at me, sir?
Did you see that?
Do I have a quick second to get up and grab?
Go. He's gonna take a minute to find stuff.
Everything always bouncing around.
I liked how they discovered like gravity and like basic physics, and then they immediately ruined it in the movie. Look! If I just drop this here, it'll just. You're an idiot.
I like the fact that I've just started this build, but already you can tell what I'm building.
Where is it? Oh yeah. Roll
Got the
out.
touch.
What you find in front of you, floating in the pool, a red wizard.
Medicine to see how he died, unless it's super
Wait,
obvious.
hold on.
Oh, sorry.
And I'm gonna do investigation on the body and to see.
Who are the two that we found dead so far?
The vampire lady and
Throchin, Esmeralda Yeth,
yes, and then who was in charge of the picks? The keeper of the picks.
Kantar
Yeah.
Ulmerich.
Yep.
Was
Right,
number
yeah.
2.
Yeah. Those are the only two we found so far.
Contestant number 3.
But Red Rum and Tidit have been missing suspiciously the whole time.
Why is the rum gone?
Um, as you move closer, you see the robes not nearly as majestic as the statured members of the Great Hall. Doesn't have the same trim, same pomp as those of Ulmeric, those of Thostarok, those of the vampire you had just spent much of the evening with. These seem like ratty hand-me-downs. Liam, can I get an investigation check?
Yep.
As everybody crowds around the pool to investigate, you notice the robes and then you see this shadow shift in the corner. And you hear this slumping sound.
Wait, there's something else in the room? How is so? Just to set the stage real quick, just so I know what my action will be for the group. Uh, is this like a very dark room, like an unlit room that we're just walking into, or is there like normal lighting?
Remember, the room is kind of lit. It used to be lit by the glow of this blue well in the center. Now the blue light is kind of distorted because of this figure that's face down floating in it. So there's just patches of blue. It's not as well lit as before. And then you see in the corner the slumping figure, and you
Over there, guys, look. I don't know. Just I pull the body off. So I'm gonna move the body off the thing so I can make light. I don't have a light generating thing, and I don't want to just blindly attack.
Looking in that area, I'll look over and then summon my echo in front of it to try and grab it.
Does your echo give off light or no?
It has a
Does not give off light.
Um,
It is partially transparent, so it looks more like a shadow than else.
Yeah, anything that I have that'll generate light will guaranteed to kill it. So I don't know if I'm trying to kill yet.
while they're headed to that corner, can I go back towards the door? Did we say there was a door that led to the Great Hall from that?
Yeah,
that
there's a
staircase?
door. There's a door here. Yeah.
So
So we're already blocking the exit.
no.
Since you haven't moved into place, I see Valen kind of. I mean, most of you guys are like in this area,
Yeah.
and then, you guys, we can certainly zoom in on the map there.
I'm basically I want to go to see if I can hear anybody else on the stairwell, and then I also want to, as quietly as possible, pop the door open to the Great Hall.
Okay.
I
Liam,
want to see who's in the corner.
Val, you both start to recognize as you guys kind of pounce onto the situation. One, Liam just pulled the body from the pool, illuminating the room. Val lunged towards the corner, or at least put his echo in the corner near the slumping figure. You recognize these two individuals. their face just pale. You could see these like veins. You could see all of their veins and arteries seem to be like this dark green, and it seems to be kind of like protruding from the skin as it, whatever it is that they had consumed, started to circulate through their circulatory system.
Wait, is he dead? Is he, or does it look like? Because we have an antitoxin.
One is actively slumping over. Can we give me the antitoxin?
I don't have it. It's I think Vommel has it.
Sorry, that caught me off guard. We got an antitoxin. I don't have it.
Well, I'm saying the group has it. We found it.
No,
Vommel's
okay.
the one that found it.
Okay, I
wrote it down that
like,
Vommel has
I was
it.
like, oh shit! Like, what a fucking amazing thing! And then you're like, I don't have it.
Vommel, I wrote down Vommel has it. He's the one who discovered it. He has.
I also can do it with a spell, so either way it's fine. That's why I've been waiting for my turn to say.
Sorry.
But yes, it's fine. I will use medicine to make sure it's actually that. I'll roll if you like, and then I will try to... Here. I will roll medicine.
I'm glad I didn't cast Flight Firewall.
I'm also very glad for that.
I don't.
I need light!
Did I tell you not to ruin things earlier? We've already had this discussion.
I did it.
Alright. Rolled a 16. If that's good enough, then I will use cure. I will detoxin. I will heal. I will do cleric things. I will be a cleric. I'm good at being a cleric. Sometimes.
All right. Yeah, describe what's happening, please.
Vommel will move very quickly to the slumped one sides, pushes past Nez a little higher as he examines the fragile little being. Check the pulse, smell the veins. This probably if he can smell a poison or toxin. And assuming the medicine check tells him what to do, I will start with the antitoxin item that we have, and then I will use Cure Wounds as well to give them back hit points. I'll go use a low level one of Cure Wounds because why use anything higher? Assuming that Cure Wounds doesn't hurt vampires, right? Or does it? I think I would know this in character. I don't remember it.
Yeah.
It is
But fortunately, this is not a
okay.
vampire.
Oh, good.
As you lay your hands on this being, again, what were the two names?
Red Rum and Tidit.
All right.
Did it backwards.
You Tidid becomes a little more. He starts to gain some composure as you see the slumped body begin to rise, and then he just lets out this noises as he begins to panic. And his legs begin to kick, and his arms begin to throw, and he's just swinging wildly at you.
I will gently hold him.
Is he still suffering from the poison, or is he just trying to recover right now?
Oh. I will use another cure spell just in case that helps.
Well, we have.
It's fine. It's level spells.
Well, we have the potion though. Or the.
I already used the antitoxin.
Before you do that, I don't want you guys to have to waste any.
Sure.
You lean closer as now that you've pulled the body from the pool, and you see Tidid, and it looks as though some kind of like tar had covered his face, and where his eyes used to be are these just void sockets. And as he makes this horrible retching sound, you notice that these desperate gasps, his mouth is void of
Tongue.
a tongue.
Ugh.
It's okay. Breathe. Breathe.
Dude, this is some like mummy shit from.
We
Either
have,
We always
me.
say,
The soothing tone of Amul begins to calm him down, and he slowly starts to relax until he slumps over once again, this time of exhaustion.
I think
When
someone.
we find who has done this, there will be judgment by Bahamut's breath and claws. As he's kind of like cradling this poor being.
I'm going to take out the potion of mind reading and pass it to Vamel.
I'm not using it currently because he's unconscious.
I understand. And I'm going to say we have a way to communicate with him, even if he doesn't able to inherently speak.
He also could likely write, but yes. We need to figure out what they were doing. Let's look for clues. Perhaps that will help with the identity. They were obviously assailed, so perhaps if they use tar, if someone has tar on their fingertips, that would also be a good hint. I will tend to him.
All right, I'm going to go check the other one. See if there's any clues as to if he was murdered in the same way, or if he is in fact dead. Anything I can find on the body.
Tar over the face tends to be a good hint.
Okay, let's get some investigation checks.
Vamel, can you add the item to your inventory just so you have it?
It's purple worm anti.
No, I gave him the potion of.
Oh my.
Yep, I'm gonna take it out of my inventory. I had a 26.
As you kind of look around and what you knew of the two, well, Red also, he has the same green veins. It seems as though something similar had happened to him before he would drowned in the pool. What you remember of the two is that they were fairly low level in this particular sect of the Thay, but they worked here in the divination pool. And as you all kind of like take a look around, it seems as though that they had taken it upon themselves to try to divine something here. Whereas Ulmarok had been the necromancer and had originally been responsible for this pool, it seems as though the tutelage, that these two that are under his tutelage, had tried for some reason to use the divining pool. Before, and they were interrupted.
I'm just going to off that check the divining pool for traps or anything that could have looked like it was tampered with or enchanted to be a trap or enchanted to be cursed or anything like that, to see if there's anything with a divining pool that's set up like that.
Okay.
If that's arcane or investigation, let me know.
Okay.
Hit star 69 to dial the last number the divining pool
Yeah.
used.
Yep.
Woo! The water kind of like reverses.
What would you want me to roll?
Arcane.
Okay. I can burn a luck, guys. Would you like me to burn a luck for this?
I think botching's a bad idea. I vote for the luck.
All right, I'll burn a luck for it. 16. I have one more luck for today.
Before we
Okay.
start, go ahead. I'm sorry, Viva.
No. I'm just thinking maybe if you could specify what it is, or
I was
want to give you.
I'm looking to see, and it might not have had anything happen with. I'm curious if I can find any instance of magical residue or I can actually, I guess, look for this with the detect magic as well. It'll just take me 10 minutes to cast it, but it to help me improve on this arcane check. But I guess what I'm trying to do is look around the environment for if there's anything that shows like um, a magical trap that was placed or a magical curse that was placed on the pedestal or something like that that they were trying to use that like teed off that someone had knew that they were using it or started this whatever happened to them. I'm just trying to see if the pedestal is acting as it normally is, or is it something happened to it that isn't supposed to be there. In essence, similar to the way of, we used the teleportation circles in the past, and we got sent someplace we weren't supposed to because they were, in this case, one of our crew was the one changing things. But regardless, it was still like something had messed with the stuff. Just something that would look off about it if I had, because now I actually have time to investigate something. I'm just looking. It might not be anything there. I'm just curious. And I can have a detect magic.
I would say okay. I would say between the two, your arcane, your investigation, you notice one thing. This the divination pool, as you gaze into it, kind of swirls. And it swirls without yet the water actually moving. As it kind of fluctuates for everybody else, kind of dips in and out. But as you gaze further into it, you see a figure draped in red robes. And as you try to gain more information, you notice the shimmering at the bottom of the pool. And the more you focus on the shimmering, the more you lose focus of the individual. The more you focus on the individual, the more you lose focus of the shimmering.
Are their hands wet?
Or whose hands wet?
Red rum.
Red Rum was face down, like
All
he's
right.
soaking wet.
Tid it then.
Titted?
Yeah.
They're not wet from water.
Okay.
From massive amounts of blood loss. Yeah.
Sure. I will cast Mage Hand and try to have Mage Hand reach in and get the shimmering thing.
Okay, so as you focus on the shimmering, you lose all focus of the figure. Mage hand emerges, and inside of the mage hand, you see a vial.
I'll look at it closely.
Um, fairly unique to you. I mean, accustomed to the Sword Coast. Your time traveling throughout the Sword Coast, spent in Baldur's Gate, spent in all these different cities along the Sword Coast. This particular biome, really not anything you've seen before. It seems to be made of. You've heard like faint rumblings of like a dragon glass.
Does it look like the ones that were in the alchemist lab downstairs?
Similar, but this is. I would say that this is probably more refined, a little bit of a higher station.
Okay, well, I'll hold it in one hand. Can I look into the thing now? Can I see the red figure? The figure in red?
It's gone.
Gone. With my left hand holding the vial, if I add it back into the pedestal, what happens?
So it's not a pedestal. This is a pool on the ground.
Pool of.
Gotcha.
Right,
Okay,
right.
just yeah. So you dip your hand back in.
With my left hand, yeah.
Mechanical hand, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and nothing happens. I'm not taking your mechanical hand. No, you just dip your hand back in, expecting to see this figure kind of emerge again.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's you kind of just see like this shaky figure of your hand with a clenched fist beneath the water.
Okay. Guys, if you guys will just look around the room, just give me a minute, and I'll just cast Identify on the object. That'll take me 10 minutes.
Okay.
And I'll continue to.
Harry, do you want to do anything?
And
Well, do we want to take a brief break right there? Bathroom break? Well, his thing, and then we can kind of figure out what you guys did within that 10 minutes. All right.
Sure.
Let's send it to a quick break and
After these messages. I'll be right back.
be back. So those
Terry,
guys
you
are
still there?
I've only been trying.
Right.
No, back to racism.
That was the first thing we heard.
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
Anyways. All right, welcome back. Second half of shit, we're back. D&D, M&A&D&D 107, open D&D. You selfish mashers.
And we're still sober.
You guys were presented with a smidgen of evidence. The divining pool had been corrupted by
Who was it?
the bodies of Redrum, titted in maybe worse shape, wishing he was dead. I believe Liam wanted to take a brief moment here to reflect on what it is he wants to do next.
I mean, I'm casting Identify through.
He's casting Identify like he always does.
Kind of in all that chaos, I wanted to see if I could hear if there was anybody running the like upstairs, down the stairs, through the hall, the Great Hall. Basically, if anybody's like running from the scene.
I would like a perception check from you.
Okay. My favorite.
Go, Em, go. We believe in you.
Okay, and I'm gonna say do it at advantage because you preemptively went there. Like when all the chaos broke loose, you ran to the door and then like kind of like set your ears to it. Where everybody else is just like, what if I poke the body and
What if I
you
took to save this person?
like you're
I didn't see the second person. I was already at the door before you found the second person.
I know.
And what happens if I poke the body?
I'll take the 17.
okay. So 17. You're unsure of what you heard. There's
Okay.
certainly chaos in the other room.
Mm-hmm.
You hear this sounds, but you insist that you hear like the slamming of the great doors at the end of the hall.
Here's kind of like a small motorized vehicle squeaking away.
I wanted to make a reference. Yeah, you hear that
There's a
guy.
skirt.
You're burning rubber on small tires.
You hear him thud against the door. Oh,
There's a few steps.
none of that is true.
It's cool.
The wheel
None of that
catches on his
happened.
left
All
so
you heard
excessively long
was
he falls
one of
over.
the giant grand doors close.
And it's quiet
All
now.
that would have been super hilarious, though.
In our head canon,
Yeah.
That's exactly
in
what
our
happened.
alter reality story where it's actually just a comedy and not actually D&D that actually happened.
I'm just waiting for the end of this Scooby-Doo episode, and we like go to just like take off the mask of this character, but it actually just takes off his robes, and you can just see he wasn't moving the whole time. He was on a wheelie thing the whole time, and it's just like a fog machine, and he's like, "I'm not really magical. I've had strings the whole time," and it's just like a Wizard of Oz kind of a thing. Like,
He was
The
actually
truest
pretty
thing
old in a trench coat.
D&D ever is like your perspective versus reality.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings versus Monty Python.
Yes.
Every fucking time.
Yeah.
Every fucking time. But not this time, goddammit.
Not this time.
Not this time.
This time it's Scooby-Doo.
This time we're for reals.
Guys, it's red herring.
So, okay.
No, really lost
Can
track
I-
for a second.
Can I open the door like to the hall a little bit more and kind of scan to see if there's anybody there?
And
Assuming that'll be another person.
that would be investigation.
Even better. Hey.
Rolling
All right.
There you go.
So you open the door, and as you peer out, the Great Hall is semi-light by lit by these like kind of blue glowing flames that are on these slanches across these pillars that light up the chamber. Mostly dead in here. But you do see a little bit peculiar because that blue glowing flames, which is unsettling to say the least, because flames don't generally flow through. So of course, you do see these. They glimmer off certain spots across the Great Hall.
Like just like a glint of something.
Yeah, little glints everywhere, and as you kind of investigate what that looks like, it seems as though they kind of reflect this blue flames reflect off of this tar-like figures, like just briefly, maybe like 4 spots in the entirety of this Great Hall.
Figure.
There's a tar-like figure.
Tar-like substance. Sorry.
Oh.
Footprints. Tar prints.
Okay.
And if you could just match the tire tracks.
Yeah.
It's canon. Now we can only figure out what a tire is.
You guys are bewildered.
What is
Yeah, Terry is gone. He's literally in the cupboard somewhere looking for something.
He's doing his jumping jacks. All right.
Yeah. I mean,
So you do a pretty thorough investigation of the Great Hall. There's
okay.
no indication here except for the like maybe these 4 little tiny drips of some tar-like substance in here before you get to the door at the end of the Great Hall. And anything past there's nothing.
But I did hear I did think I heard the door close.
Correct.
I'm gonna try as quietly as possible to pop the main door open.
You're leaving already?
Sleight of hand.
Yep. Okay. That's good.
You hear this big creaking of the door. And it just kind of like echoes through the hallway to the point where you maybe pull back a little bit. It begins. Okay, I will say it begins to create a sound where like I don't feel any more comfortable opening this door than it is right here. I can't gain any information. You certainly didn't alert any, but
okay.
The idea of doing anything more than that.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll just... I don't know. I don't want to make more noise by shutting it, but I'll just, like, undo as stealthily as I can, and then, I'll head back to one of the droplets of tar that is, like, closest to where everybody else is.
Okay. That would be, like, I would say, closest to where you actually exit into the Great Hall. Or enter the Great Hall.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go there and take a closer look at that. Is it just like literal tar?
Let's see here. Let me think.
It's a stinky face.
Could I do a survival check to try and help identify it?
You're not like
She's
the whole time you guys are doing the
Oh,
other
oh,
stuff.
my
in
bad.
the-
Yeah, this
like
is
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
probably be a survival check.
I would say you would need to do either medicine or an arcana.
I'm gonna go with Arcana because it's not the minus.
Yeah.
If
Well,
that's
the right
okay.
answer was the opposite.
Oh yeah, of course.
Ooh, that's unfortunate because. All right.
Ooh, not great.
All right.
Not bad.
Half.
It's about average.
Yeah, it's average.
It is. This isn't. Through all your travels, this is not the same kind of tar that we'd use for patchwork,
Mhm.
for construction, for.
It's like not what you slap on a roof.
Right. But certainly you find yourself in a sticky situation.
Hey.
Yeah.
No.
We're ending there tonight. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
All right.
I was actually ending this session. I was really confused.
No.
Awkward pause after that.
Sorry, I'm writing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just keep building.
I mean, I think that's all I can do. I will stay to where I can see the tar so it doesn't magically disappear, but I'll move closer so I can kind of hear what's happening in the pool room. Pool room. Sorry, I had to enunciate that because my brain kept saying I was saying poo room.
3 ball to corner pocket.
It's that time of the night, I guess.
Terry back yet?
I'm here.
All right. Anything you want to do?
What do you mean?
Well, we've all taken actions. You haven't. So, what would you like to do during this scenario?
What is a scenario? I just got back, so
Same thing. We're still at the. We just found the bodies. M just went out, or Asher just went outside, got some information. Vaughn is trying to, comfort the unconscious, tongueless one. Not Val.
Liam.
Liam is identifying the potion he found in the pool of clairvoyance. Val is looking ponderous and gothic in his background.
Perfect.
Oh.
Practicing his Batman
He's brooding in a corner.
investigation Batman pose.
So what would Valen like to do?
mm,
If we have the other body, I don't think that one's technically been searched.
I mean, I can roll another investigation for it.
Up to you. I just want to. You came out clutch last time. I want to make sure that you get your chance to respond.
So how many more remaining? Like how many? Like one more remaining body that hasn't been searched?
Yeah, it was Red Rum who was in the one that was in the pool.
Okay. So I guess, what does 11 give? What kind of information does 11 give me, DM, about a body?
All right. So 11 on the investigation of Red Room.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you investigate this body, it's remarkably bloated for such a such a recent death. Sorry, such a recent death. It's remarkably bloated, and again, you see like all the veins that are the capillaries and stuff that are close to the close to the surface seems to have expanded and have this dark green around them. One of the things that you find fairly remarkable about this is that there had been no sign of struggle. That besides maybe like the terror etched on his face, because it was like, as you can assume that it had this terrible death in which um this this individual was poisoned and also drowned, you know, fought and was horrified that it couldn't contain another breath that would give it life. There was no other signs of physical struggle. There's no signs that like its nails had been ripped or gashed into something, or the only shock and horror seems to be within its face as they had seemingly, been surprised that their final breath eludes them.
Description.
Okay, so there's no struggle, there's no there's no tear or any kind of wound, like defensive wounds and stuff. So which means, wait, it's below. Hold up.
I know we're all thinking the same thing. There's no
Hold up. Let me see.
semen anywhere, right? No indication. That's every crime scene you check. Oh, now a big Superbad fan. Superbad is one of the best movies of all time.
I have not seen it.
Oh my god.
I don't like awkward humor.
Isn't that McLovin in them?
Yeah, McLovin, and he's just like, they're explaining to McLovin, like, when I became a cop, I just assumed there was semen everywhere. Like, it's not like that at all.
If it's Okay, so would it be okay if I examine its own? I mean, if I examine the body's lung?
Are you trying to do like a
You doing an
autopsy?
Autopsy.
All right.
That was not.
I mean, you could ask the group, and if anybody objects, I don't.
I don't.
Okay. Because I want, what I'm
They're-
trying to determine is if these body die before they hit the water, or they actually die by drowning.
They looked like they were. Didn't they have the same markings as Titted with like the poisoning and stuff?
We did. If we're going to have proof, then us tampering with this, as they are now. His soul has fled his form. It is now an item, not a person. It is an essence of flesh and muscle. If we do the examination, they will claim we did something to it. It loses its credibility. I think if we're going to do anything, we should do it in front of the rest or in front of someone else to be a witness. But we
Okay.
know that someone used tar, which is likely not a very common matter, to suffocate him. And if there is no defensive wounds, it was a friend, someone they knew and they trusted did this. Or
Also,
they used the command spell.
fair. Also, in the morning, part of what the delegation that's coming here meant to speak with the dead, try and sort them. Suppose. Prior to this, we could have had Umric be able to speak the necromancer.
Well, of these two, did we see them speaking with anyone? They had a master, and clearly they were trying to look up something.
Their master was Umric, but he was dead.
Yes. So who else did they favor? Who else did they trust that could have gotten so close and poisoned both of them? And who has access to that much poison, and that much specific poison?
It would have likely been whoever is, that alchemist. But
I agree. But
Well-
now we have now we know what clues we're looking for. Someone who is skilled in poisons, someone who has access, and someone whom they would have considered a friend.
we also need to keep in mind that we now have someone we have to care for and make sure they survive. Question. Looks
It's not the first time we've had to do this.
No. Right. Well, if he's, do you think he's stable enough to move? Because we have
Yes.
to.
I can carry him. He will be stable. We need to follow either the trail, or we need to start going into rooms to figure out where the poison's being stored. We don't have much time left. Finding out that he had no defensive wounds was very important. That gives us a great deal of information.
Well, do we want to, Astrid? Have you told us what you found yet, or no?
No, I haven't told because I don't want to take my eyes off of it. Off of what I saw because I don't want to.
Okay.
Things have started just magically disappearing. So
She's not wrong.
Fair enough. If there's nothing else, I mean, I guess the thing that we're waiting on now within like this period of time is whatever Liam identifies the item, but he's out walking the dog.
Yep.
So, because I don't think we have much else that we would work with, because everybody's been doing their thing, and we're talking about what we know, but that's waiting.
Yeah, I think we're waiting for the Liam once Alex gets back from the doggy duty. Then we go ding. Identify done. So, Viva, I can do an insight roll, I suppose. Have any of the people we've run up against or discussed with seemed like an alchemist or other poisoner? And question number 2, do we remember, because I don't, because it's been 5 months, did Red Rum and Tidit seem to be favored or like anyone else besides their master who is dead? And I will roll insight because I think that is
Okay.
Not that I have great insight at all, but
Probably a decent.
I think one of the things that you find of interest is that of the people you've encountered, there is one individual who had like some, I guess, preference for poisons and maybe particular poisons. Well, you recall maybe even seeing something similar to the vial that was held in that magic hand in the possession of a red wizard enchantress named Nia Ilmich.
Ilmach is the one who brought us here from the Sword Coast and was the one that kept reintroducing herself to us every time we saw her, even though we traveled with her from the Sword Coast to her previously, getting or seemingly to forget.
She's bossing Zay.
She is bossing Zay.
he's boss. Okay. Where the fuck is she?
Keeps showing up, but
Where she go?
I'm still not convinced that she's just not a pawn, and with how she seemingly is her wife.
Move the microphone closer to your mouth.
It's because his he puts his chair on freaking recliner mode.
I know. We all know what happens. He has it set up, and then he just starts being cool guy.
Yeah.
And the cooler the guy, the less we know. No.
All right. How much of that did you hear? How much do I need? How much do I need to read?
You sound so clear right now. It's amazing. No, I mean I get the gist of what you're saying. You're saying that you still don't suspect her, regardless of maybe that this particular piece of evidence points towards her because you were saying that she continues to like feign ignorance and almost
That doesn't mean she's
kind of
not.
unaware. Yeah, like there's
Something else is going on.
Yeah.
you don't believe necessarily that she's always aware of where she's at.
Just say her elevator just doesn't go all the way to the top.
Yeah, even when it gets to the top floor, it doesn't ding. You know what I mean?
So
Kind of a Tower of Terror, really.
so I was listening while I was out. I want to
Open.
say, in terms of moving the guy, we can put him in the hole. He'll 10 minutes.
What guy? What hole?
Tit it.
What hole?
I have the portable hole.
Oh Jesus Christ! That's what you meant in all those messages?
Yeah,
The Looney Tunes hole?
yeah.
Okay.
He'll have 10 minutes of air, so he can. He'll 10.
I'm sorry.
No.
If we need to just move him really quickly, we can put him in there, and then we can.
He's not a toaster.
We've done worse, but
Way more amazing than I expected.
first off, if we're gonna be moving around invisibly at some point, we need to be like he's not gonna be counted as an invisible thing. So if we need
Did you take your ability already?
we didn't. We weren't gonna do invisibility until we left into the Great Hall. So if we're just down the stairwell, we're not really hiding from anything at the moment. Or if they find us in here, well, we're already fucked. Or we can put him in our room, temporarily, leave him there where it'll be secure, which is probably the most likely thing we'll do. But I was giving two options if we were going to go run down the Great Hall. Like, having a floating body isn't going to be any better than anything else we're going to do.
I can watch him. We should not leave him alone.
We also
Someone
shouldn't leave
always
you
should.
alone, so we should just put him in a room. Or if we have to bring him with us, we'll have to put him in the portable hole if we're going to be doing a stealth playing. Because him just being carried and turning everyone invisible isn't going to work because he's another being.
Viva, do I need to do a medicine check to see if he would actually survive 10 minutes in the hole? God, that sounds so horrible saying that out loud.
Yeah, that was a sentence.
Well, welcome to D&D.
No, I don't think you need to do a medicine check. I think you're well enough that
I don't like it, but
I would say that someone who's hanging on to dear life and is
It's actually less jostling than being put on someone's
that
back.
might be actually this might okay. So you have somebody who's panicking, traumatized, and I'm gonna go with this horrible DW plan. I shouldn't say anything, but like, okay, so as you try to pick him up by your and hoist him on your shoulder to take him up the stairs, you start hearing the panic, and he just starts grasping at you, starts clawing at you. Again, eyes torn from his sockets, covered in tar, tongue gone.
yeah,
And then
he's not going. We are not putting him in the hole.
But if you put him, if you're causing the panic more there. If he's just in the void of the hole and he has 10 minutes of air, he's not going to be doing anything to anything, and he'll be okay. He's nothing to panic.
Oh,
I think I have a way to talk to him.
We do.
We have multiple. Yeah, we also have that too.
no, like
No. Like, I literally can talk to him right now.
Go for it.
Please.
Well, can somebody just trade with me so this freaking tar
I'll
doesn't
go.
disappear?
I'll go help, and I'll walk over to where Astrid is and keep an eye on car.
Or at least like get something and like wipe it up and we'll have it.
Can I do like
We
a?
want to follow it, don't we?
Can I now do a survival
Well,
check
it's
to
just
try
one
and
of. There's like multiple drops.
like scoop up some and like a tracker would?
We have
To
we have empty
follow-
potion bottles. So
Or even just like a
Yeah,
piece
no,
of
sure. Like
Grab
let's get there first.
off.
Okay, so you trade spaces, and then Astrid goes there.
Yeah, so it's gonna make me roll. I'm just gonna post it in the chat. It's gonna say that I rolled, but it's not a roll. But so I thought, for whatever reason, I thought I had to be able to like see, not see, but like, I don't know. I didn't think this would work, but based off reading this, I should be able to speak to him telepathically.
Okay.
Uh,
Um,
I'm assuming
whisper
he's still
me your questions.
okay. I'm assuming he can still be able to understand
Yeah.
language. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I will.
Try to calm him down so he doesn't, get her
Whisper.
panic attack in
Oh,
the
how do
brain.
you do the whisper thing?
/W.
It is /W DM.
Yep. Gotcha.
Okay, so while she's staring intently at this guy,
She doesn't have to, is what we just said. But yeah,
Yeah, I don't.
She don't have to be,
stare at
like,
him, but,
looking him in
I
the
have
eyes
to
or anything.
establish the length. Yeah, which is why I didn't think it would work, because I thought I had to like look at the
well,
person.
she's
Like there
squinting
had to be
for
like
some
eye
reason.
contact.
I don't know why. So while she's doing something over there, we can talk about next steps. So we'll figure out something to do with the guy. We can go find where these tracks or these things that Val's looking at right now. We can go figure out where those lead.
Have you figured out what kind of vial it is? What is in the vial?
What is this? This is a. Did I identify it as anything, DM? Viva.
wait, what?
Did my identify?
No.
anything?
You can't be asking me questions while also saying I gotta address these secret messages.
Okay. All right. We'll come
just-
back to that in a minute then. So then,
we'll just-
if we want to handle the Boston Say chick, Vamel, can you try? Is there something you can do to break the connection if she's being controlled?
Yes. I can try at least. I can dispel magic and I can remove a curse.
Greater restoration too. But
I
would
don't
it
know
be
if I
better
have
for us to know by targeting it? Because if we can get in the room with her and I can get 10 minutes, I can cast Identify on her and I can see any effects that she's affected by. And that'll give you a better way to identify, to target, know what to do on her. Or we can do it blindly, which will be immediate.
10 minutes should be doable, depending on if we're dead yet.
I'll lose invisibility, and whoever I cast invisibility on.
That would be a problem, depending on what we're doing.
You can cast it on me. You and I have high enough stealth anyways that we might be okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna make a noise, and you're gonna have other thing up.
Restoration.
It'll at least get us there, and then I can do that. That was my plan, I think, anyways. But then as soon as he casts,
Everyone was in the pool. Tidid's the one who died, or Tidid's the one who's still alive.
and then as soon as he casts a spell afterwards, he's also going to lose invisibility too. But at least we can be more targeted in what we do.
Oh, did my camera freeze?
Yep, you're just leaning back, and it froze.
Lean back. Lean back. Well, I think a lot of it will become dependent on what you find out. Then we'll take.
I know. I'm just giving ideas because I think likely she should be our next target because if she is being
David
used,
said Discord crash.
that's fine.
Just BT dubs.
If we're being if we're targeting her and we think she's being used as a tool by somebody, breaking that can also make her another form of proof. If she's complicit, we're not going to be able to do much more than start something. Or if nothing's happening to her at all, we're just going to look like idiots. But I think that's our best, next step.
Depending on what you find, yes. I don't truly have a disagreement with that statement.
Sure.
But we are beginning to gather proof, and that is what matters. I feel that we're all just ready until it's time. Except for David.
Does David need to restart his
No.
computer?
M's not talking either now.
He's having trouble hearing and seeing.
I didn't see a doctor about that.
Did he get attacked by
Yeah.
whatever happened to Tidid?
Em, you had one more question, I believe.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Really taking a
typing.
moment. All right.
The wheels are turning, just not that
All right.
fast. Needs a little WD-40.
I'll be right back then.
I'm gonna have most of this build finished by the end of this game. Which is pretty good because I have my Transformers game tomorrow.
What do you mean Transformer game tomorrow?
So I have a once a month Transformers role playing game that we play, and we're starting in the Subatronium Wars before Autobots or Decepticons even existed. We're literally the resistance against the Quintessons.
Oh, interesting.
We're going to go through the different generations and so forth. Like right now, we can't even transform. We've met Vector Sigma in a sense.
Yeah.
We know about Unicron, and Iocon City kind of got blown up. Not your fault, but kind of our fault.
Are you going to do anything with Beast Wars? Because Beast Wars is my favorite.
I don't know. It depends on what the DM wants to
These
do.
were, in terms of his timeline, probably is very late down the road.
I know. I'm just saying. I love Beast Wars.
I'm probably gonna go to the theater and watch the new Transformer movie.
Yeah, it might bring me.
That
It
one-
might bring me
that one
back.
piques my
Cheetor, Optimus Primal.
That's just Prime. I enjoyed the sarcasm that Optimus Primal had versus Optimus Prime. Made it really cool when they did the War of Cybertron series lately, and how they
I still need to go back and play the PlayStation 3 game.
It's pretty cool.
No, I played one of them, but I never did finish it.
What happened?
Did David need to restart his PC or something?
Sounds like it.
Now, like Ben and I were talking about his Transformer role-playing game.
That's one leg.
So Ben, is your game is like OG character or like original character or from the G1 series?
Oh, original. This is all before. So I'm playing a heavy labor unit.
Uh,
It was a foreman. I've been kind of Southern Baptisting because it's hilarious to me.
mm,
Let's see. My friend Kelson is playing a Sigma, who is a gladiator robot, and didn't
okay.
trust didn't trust oh god F8. His name is Fate. My character's name is L8 late because I'm
Mm.
funny. Um, Fate was a war bot who had unbeknownst to him, he had a shard of Unicron in him. So he could suck the life out of things to keep his reactor going. That's why he was a
Wow.
bot.
Yeah.
Which almost got him killed on the second game because we met Vector Sigma and it's like, oh, the darkness. And we're like, maybe you gotta die, homie. And it was Fate is played by Tristan, who's Blair's son, so he's only 11, so it's his first game ever.
Mm.
And so it's been fun kind of teaching him how to role play. We're like trying to encourage him. And then there's Blair's character, who we just call Mad Scientist. We don't bother with his name. He's playing a maintenance bot who literally his weapon of choice were hands. Like we would fight robots and he'd remove their hands and he would throw them at people and they would explode. So he had hand grenades, literally.
Mhm.
And he'd have being our healer. And it's been very crazy, but a lot of fun. We just took down a guardian robot. Well, by took down I meant like we got past one and we almost died. And now we're starting the revolution against the Quintessons. I've already been told that I cannot continue playing my character on season 2, as we're calling it. Mine, because the mod that I took, because I took hard mode, will ensure that I will not survive. So I'm already planning my second character, but it's going to be a lot of fun. At least I think so.
So, all right, what's David's situation with the computer?
He just restarted everything, so he's trying to pull everything back
All right,
up.
cool.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't see it, but I can hear you.
Guys. Yeah, I
Beautifully.
don't know if my camera is going to work or not.
Yeah, that'll work, but
I'll fix everything.
I can try real quick.
All right, you're back.
All right.
All right, let's try to get
So
everyone back here for Astrid's talk.
okay, so he's obviously still very disoriented. So I was only able to ask him a couple questions. I asked him what the last thing he remembers was, and the last thing he remembers is his tongue being cut out with a black blade. And then they were looking in the pool, or Red Rum was looking into the pool because he wanted to see what had happened to their master, which is Ilma? Ulmric, sorry.
Olmeric, yeah.
It's a lot of names. And then I asked basically, is there anyone that would have a skilled knowledge in like advanced potions and alchemy? And they said it was Ulmar Mock, not, and he didn't say anyone else. And
So the
then,
same person who died, he said, was the only person who was skilled with alchemy.
well, yeah, he said it more or less said he was the master for the keep. So
I am not
but
leaving him alone.
do we know anybody that has a black blade?
They have not been brandishing their weapons, as far as I can tell.
Because that's, I mean,
I don't know what the blade that I
that's
know
the
of was
best
the guard.
new
I didn't really get a look at it
information.
though.
Let us follow the trail.
Well,
That'll probably be the next step.
what's the what did I find from identifying the vial? Did I find anything interesting from that?
Wasn't this discussed a little bit? How long ago was that? I mean, the vial.
I cast identify on it to see what it was. You told me it was like something that was not familiar to me, and it had something like dragon glass, but we weren't sure exactly what it was, and I wasn't sure if there's still anything in it or anything like that. So if there's anything I can identify of it, so I cast identify on it. So if there's anything like if it has any magical properties, I can find out. If it doesn't have any magical properties, it's just
Magical properties, no.
Right, then,
so no,
then
it didn't.
Nothing new from that.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, no. So no. So okay, so like I had said, your example, you had through all your travels,
That's fine.
you've
Yeah,
only
yeah.
maybe the only thing of note was the particular vial itself.
Okay. We have this unique vial that was here, but it has no magical properties in itself. Okay, that's
Dragon
fine.
glass is unique. Rather than casting invisibility on us, we could cast invisibility on him and leave him in our room. I am not comfortable with. If I have to stay with him, I will. We are not putting him
We're not
in the
leaving
bag.
anyone behind when we're doing this next part, so we might as well just do what it is. But leaving him in the room invisible, how is that different than just leaving him in our room?
One he's visible and one he's not.
But as soon as something happens, we have to drop invisibility. He just becomes invisible.
That part I was not aware of.
Yeah, he's not like he's permanently invisible, or he's going to guarantee we have an hour. So then we don't know what it is. He'll be he won't be harmed if he's in the bag, but the bag means we have to give him air every 10 minutes minimum, or maximum.
How long you guys have been having this conversation? Just real quick.
I know. I'm sorry.
I forgot he's in a hole.
I didn't put him in a hole yet. He doesn't want.
He's not yet. He's still. He's
not.
Still Vommel.
No, I think
Okay.
Astra was just talking to him.
No, he's not in a hole. Vamo's been saying no to the hole because he has medicine and empathy.
It's not a matter of empathy or not empathy. It's just a safe place for him to be moved.
I think it's an in-character disagreement.
Just saying. Trying to explain it.
No,
Ben understands you, Alex.
I'm doing it in character as I'm just saying I'm just trying to what it is. And then if we leave him in the room, no one's supposed to be coming for us until tomorrow morning when we've been told we're gonna die. And also our room's already recently been searched by another person, so they have no other reason to go in our room right now. So our room is safe. In theory, this location is safe because they were already left for dead here. Yeah, I don't know of anything else that we can do to more permanently hide him or secure him in any way.
We're wasting time, unfortunately. I understand your point. I understand what you're trying to do.
Yeah, we
But
need to follow the next. We need to follow where this leads. So we need to decide what we do with him now. As
if we treat
sane as it-
people poorly, we are no better than those that we fight. And I do not think putting him in such a
Fine,
place.
then let's put him in our room. All right.
And we'll bar the door.
We can
Best we can do.
or compromise. We can hide him. We can move him to the stairs just outside of our door, right? Comfortably outside, somewhere there, right? So it'll be near our room where he will, and it will, so he'll be someplace we know where he is, and they won't. How about that?
I will try to judge his reaction to this, Viva, to see if he has a preference. Because hopefully he understands how important this is. But I also don't want to hold us up over a NPC.
I have an idea.
So, okay. Essentially, what happened is he just kind of passed out because M had asked, or Ashton had asked him some questions. So, briefly,
He doesn't.
he doesn't have a say in the moment.
Okay.
And so now, big guy, you're picking him up to take him up there.
Yeah, we'll just take him up 2 flights of stairs and then
All right.
put him.
So as you grasp him, he wakes up in this panic, starts beating on your chest, beating on your back, beating everywhere.
Asher, can you tell him that he's being transported to safety?
I can try.
Asher, what you hear in this communication between you is just wretched screaming.
Yeah.
To the point it's difficult to have communication.
Yeah, that's not gonna. He's not. He's
Uh,
not gonna do anything.
yeah, I don't have the sleep spell on me right now.
Does anybody have? I think it's called Calm Emotions.
Is that an item?
No, it's a
No,
spell.
It's a spell. I was thinking about that too, but I don't have that
If
even
we
available.
if we want to take him with us,
But even
obviously
moving
liability
him makes him unhappy.
Yeah, the
If
only
moving
yeah.
at all,
Well,
I will just put him back where, you know what? We can put him back where he was, put him in the corner where it's hidden,
hope for the
put a
best.
cloak over him. We'll make him as comfortable as possible.
And look as dead as
you think
possible.
you would feel? I mean, I could always more or less. I can upcast invisibility to where I cast invisibility on myself and him, and if I cast invisibility while I'm on while with Skull is also
Let's just
invisible.
we'll just leave him. Like, it doesn't matter, guys. It's just put him in the corner. Let's go. I think we're overthinking
And
this.
let's put him in the corner and go.
Like, we don't need to cast invisibility on him. I don't think we're gonna have any control over that.
Okay. Then we'll put him in the corner and as gently as possible make him look like a bag of or a pile of stuff. I don't know.
Hope he passes out, and let's go. We'll come back to him later.
All right, let's just move. This is taking too long.
All right, we have the plan. Let's just do that then.
All right. So, you guys leave Titted, currently passed out, but just this kind of wretched, sorry being now, right? Having his eyes gouged from his face, his tongue ripped from his mouth, who had, with his last bit of consciousness, given you, Ashid, some kind of like help, right? You guys just leave him in this wizard's room as you guys continue up the staircase.
Okay, in character, there's no way I can. I'm sorry, Alex. I'm saying there's no way that Venmo can leave him.
It's fine. I just don't want to keep arguing about it. Just want to go on.
I will stay back. I will stay. I will stay with him. The
Wait,
group can move forward.
you're staying.
There's no way my character would
All right,
do
I'm going to
elsewhere.
say this in character. We
Sure.
cannot divide. We're end here.
We
We're
are.
going to die, and if we don't do this correctly, and if we can't leave you here to have the same fate as he does, because you don't have the same. We can't. We can't just do it.
Can I pause
morality
everything?
can't
Can I
be-
pause everything
Hold on, let me just say this.
before
Morality
hold on,
can't
I-
hold us in action. We
Let
have to try to do
Alex
something.
let DM talk first. You
I
have
don't-
something.
I don't think you throwing him in the hole for 10 minutes to get up like a 2 minutes worth of stairs, where he would have floated in like
Yeah, he would
some
be
kind of
like
nether,
medevac. Yeah.
I think that would have been the most humane way to transport someone who had dealt with like some crazy trauma. And I think the way that Liam was trying to get this person out of this situation was probably the most humane way to do it. Similar to putting someone on a stretcher where they like bind the neck. Like I think you were saying, hey, this is a way we have all this potential. Like he's not going to suffocate anything, but he's gonna feel weightless in this, and we can get him out of this situation. I was like saying, yeah, no, that actually makes sense.
Okay, that's
And
not
so
like that. I'm sorry. The way you were phrasing it,
That's it.
you're like he just went through all this trauma. Like the way. Okay,
I have
that's
nothing else in the portal hole. The portal hole is pretty
I was
much
trying
useless to
to
move
do was
people.
point out. Sorry. So what I was trying to do is every time you try to pick him up, he would feel this physical trauma again and was adverse to it. And so Liam was trying to offer a way in which he didn't have to have this physical aversion.
okay. Now
So
I
that you guys could. So sorry. So what I was trying to do is hint at a way to say, yeah, I think someone's offering up a unique way to facilitate this thing. So I just want to get us back on track because I think you guys all want the same thing. I think we're just missing this one viewpoint.
okay. I was misunderstanding what you meant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then yes.
So yeah, he
Pull
wasn't
back
he
on
wasn't
that.
trying to stuff him in a sock necessarily, but say, hey, we can glide him through an astral physical plane to safety.
Okay. Then I am fine.
Then you're cool with it. All
I
right.
am 100%. I could do that in character. I'm
Okay.
disturbing how you're saying like I was going to give him more trauma by doing this, and there's no way I could do that as a cleric.
Yeah. All right. So
Apologies.
as you guys kind of
And as long
go
as
up
he's
the stairs,
unconscious, like
you-
he's never
you-
gonna know. Either.
yeah,
Like,
you
like, he's-
turn.
Like we just need to safely move him from point A to point B, and we have
Yeah.
a limited number of tools.
Right.
or
No,
systems
we're
to do
moving
it.
on from that. It's okay. So yeah, so he sees it now. It's okay. So the rest of the group starts to wind up the stairs.
We can if we have him with us, we can either leave him there or it doesn't really matter. I think we can just move on. But yeah,
Vamal turns around and he sees you just cramming him in a fucking no.
I'll hop in the
Worse.
hole with him to finish it off the deal.
You get the fuck in here. No, he's good. He's unconscious. No, so you place the hole and you start to kind of glide his body into it as it kind of shrinks around his feet, and you guys continue up the stairway. And you guys make it up to your room.
Well, I mean, at this point, wait, isn't our plan to keep him with us when we turn invisible? Because now he's in the portable hole, and all we have to do is open the bag every 10 minutes, which does not break invisibility, and
Yeah,
we
I
know
just
where
have to,
he
I just
is.
have to place it somewhere. They'll open it up to let air in, and then it would reset, and we can move on.
Oh, so you guys aren't going back? You're gonna just
Yeah,
like
this way we know where he is. He's with us. Yeah.
sorry, this is getting more and more amazing.
It's a stupid.
Again, he's
stupid
fine.
idea,
He
but
is
it makes
fine.
Do
complete sense.
either.
He is fine.
I don't. Again, I'm not emotionally attached to either of them. I'm just giving us a way to easily move him. If we want to move, if we want
Again,
to keep
I'm
following,
fine with this. I'm just saying this is the idea
this is
that every
actually the
10
most
minutes
likely
you
way that he stays
pull his head
invisible
out
and is safe.
like he's a cadaver in a you know, in the wall, and you pull him out.
He doesn't know
Get
which
some
way is
air.
up right now, so he might not be able to do that.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Now our goal is to go follow the tar. I think that was where we're going.
Yeah, we're gonna follow the tracks that Astrid set us on previously. That I rolled a 25 on my survival check for.
So we can
Mhm.
definitely follow these skid marks.
Okay. All right. So you actually, so you leave. So M&A leaves the security of the secret stairwell, the spiral stairwell. You guys walk yourselves through the great chamber, and every step echoes. The leather as it kind of stretches across your feet. You hear it bind and twist across the marble floor as you make your way through, and you get to these giant doorways that are 20 feet tall, made of solid oak, with these brass bindings. And Astrid had left one of them creaked a little bit open.
Wait, so she went all the way through the Great Hall before to the other side of it?
Yeah,
Oh.
she had. Yeah. So the essentially the Great Hall has been explored, and she knows that the person had left the Great Hall. She had heard that these giant doors that you guys are at right now had
Yeah.
shut,
Okay.
and then she had opened it, and then she realized like, okay, I don't. Right, Astrid?
She just sat back down.
She passed out.
Sorry.
How far did you leave? Is what the question is.
How far did I go?
Yeah.
You hadn't left the Great Hall, correct, Em?
Correct. Right. I tried to open the Great Hall door, and it started making noise, so I stopped.
So okay, but I think I think that there is a miscommunication here because my understanding was you opened the door into the Great Hall from the staircase. Is that what you thought? Or
No, she had done
go
that a
all the way
long time
through the
ago.
Great
No, I
Hall?
did. I
No,
did that a
no.
while ago. I've circled the hall.
Okay, then I misunderstood what had happened previously. We're all good.
Yeah, no. Like you were like when she told you to go watch the tar,
Yeah.
you were like mid. Like if you, I don't know if you can see that, but like you were mid hall,
Oh, okay.
staring at
I just
tar.
put my character at the door because that's
Yeah,
what
no, that's fine. That's
okay,
fine.
That's
Yeah, no. So like the hall is empty. There's nothing to investigate here. There's
Gotcha.
some potential
All right.
out in the hallway, but like Astrid realized that
Let's-
the potential is too much.
Let's prep our.
Outside of that.
Let's prep how we're gonna do this. Val, you're gonna do pass without trace. Vamel, you're gonna do 2 spells
Detective.
active. Astrid, you're gonna have your own invisibility up. I'm gonna have
Yeah, I can do that.
myself and my brother invisible, and Valen, you're gonna have you and Vamel,
Okay.
and all the V's are covered.
yes.
The spell I have up is detect good and evil, Viva, so then I can hopefully sense someone who's coming before.
And then so just you're gonna have to either we're all gonna be invisible, so we're all just gonna be following the leader, whoever's in front. We're gonna have Vamel, you be in front for right now. But again, if we ever have to break off, try to your best of your judgment, use whisper to us, but don't, again, if there are those that are not familiar with how invisibility works, If you attack or use another spell, that's when you're going to break invisibility. All right, the spell won't last anymore. Okay, so all right,
All right.
ready? And people, all right, so other spells first, and then we'll turn you invisible afterwards.
My spell's gonna. Do you want my spell during invisibility?
Correct. We want to be rolling with advantage plus 10.
Oh.
We want
Oh.
literally everything to be giving us as high of chances that we will be getting out of here. So if someone rolls a 1, they'll be still getting like a 20.
So it's a flat plus 10.
It's a
Yep.
flat plus 10. So me and David will be like in the like 30s or 40s.
We're not going to talk about my
Lord.
It's still going to be horrible.
All right, I'm casting invisibility on the two of us.
Testing.
All right.
Cast invisibility. Mine should be second level.
Yep.
All right. You guys leave the Great Hall and you head down the stairs. And as long until you find yourselves in the courtyard of the inner ward. Yeah, feel free to zoom out.
If we get to any
Can I-
doors along the way, I will shuffle towards the front and unlock any doors that are locked or whatever. But you know,
Can I do a quick scan to see if I can see any more of those little drops?
I mean,
Okay.
were we not following that with my roll earlier?
yeah,
or
we should
is-
be following that already.
Well, yeah, but they disappeared up. Like, we don't know where they went after the end of, like, once we went through the main hall doors.
I think that's how we got here, right?
Well, I had found them all the way up till we exited in my investigation. But once we went through the hall doors, we go out into the courtyard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, we don't know anything.
All right. Well, we're gonna keep looking.
Okay. So essentially, what you guys know, is in Area 1.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Everything within Area 1 is the multi.
Castle.
level
The
that we stayed in, right?
multi-floors.
Interior.
Everything else you guys have never explored.
All right. Let's keep follow. Let's see if we can find a bead on the tracks between Astrid.
I'll help
and-
Astrid
and
and give her
Val.
advantage for that.
Will that be a perception or an investigation?
or survival because it's tracking.
Yeah.
Do you want Val
Survival.
found it because he has a higher survival?
Well, I just didn't know if it was going to be like an investigation or a perception, or if it was going to be something like survival. Because, like, I found the first ones with, I think, investigation.
I mean, we're trying to find like I assume the.
But now you're trying to track it. Like, okay, so now, so the inner ward,
trying to follow a Atari footprint at this point. So
Well, they're not. It's not even footprints. It's like droplet.
yeah. So I would say survival would be more adequate now at this point, because it's not investigation. Now you're trying to track something that like becomes harder and harder, the smaller and smaller it gets, right?
Yeah. I'll roll since I had already called that I was going to roll it. I feel like that's unfair. Since we know since his survival is so much higher, but his Eddie would help. So is it so cool if I do advantage?
Of course.
you can each roll independently.
No, I said
No, he's gonna do advantage. He gives advantage.
All right.
Nice.
As you step out and you begin it, there's this ashen rain that is falling in where you expect it to splatter and feel like the water crash against your skin. It almost burns a little bit as each droplet of this kind of sulfur explodes in these like little kind of like pops and crackles, which I guess which would kind of like interrupt or disintegrate any idea of like where this next piece of the footprint would have gone.
Okay, so the weird rain is doing what normal rain would do by washing away evidence, just in a weird way.
Yeah.
Okay.
In a dramatic way. It's dramatic rain.
I mean, where is there to go from here?
4, 5, 6. Any
Well,
of those
yeah,
other
I
places.
understand that, but like I'm trying to.
Can we look around to see if any of like the doors are ajar? Like maybe there's some other like.
Do investigation or perception.
I can help. If that's any consolation.
I've got a +6 perception. Rolls for.
He says, "I got a +6."
I think
It's
I-
fine.
Hold your
We'll
side.
get
think-
at
And then
least
let him roll.
I was gonna
Atta boy.
I was gonna say, I think because
Alright.
of the rain, he needs to roll at disadvantage, and he would do better.
Through all this ashen downpour, you see a human figure that you've seen on occasion kind of dart across you into a chamber here to your right, depending.
Yeah.
She quickly darts into it, leaving the door half cocked.
So depending on how our group has set up the ability to communicate, Val turns and calls out. Quietly calls out to the group. Door to our left, and then starts heading in that direction.
Right.
Or door to our right, heading in that direction. Sorry, the map is disoriented.
Right.
My brain late.
So you enter a room and it's full of tables and countertops that are constantly being filled with different kinds of foods, produce, all very weird to you. It seems different types of decay or different say points of decay. Meats that are green.
Green eggs and ham.
Certainly more furry than you're used to.
Gangrene and ham.
I'm gonna stay
Standing by the end of the table,
I'm gonna
you
stay outside the
see
door until I'm needed to be called in. I'm just gonna keep an eye out on the courtyard area, see if anything else is happening.
at one of the ends of the table, you see the child.
The child.
Previously, she's taken some of your baggage. She's ushered you to your rooms. She's ushered you through hallways.
Quick
Stands at the
quick perception check. Is she an undead or a human?
Do you want me to do that?
Actually, wouldn't Vommel already know?
Oh yeah, theoretically he would.
It is obvious she's a human, as you guys have met her on several occasions.
We take nothing for granted anymore.
The fact that you guys don't know who this is means you have taken a couple things for granted.
Rakshasa.
She lifts up her hands.
But it's not. But it's not.
I still
It's
think
a
about
servant
that
girl.
every time.
It's not Judy. It's
No, it's a servant girl
It's just like somebody
who
that
could
has
be
been.
doing things for everyone. I don't.
I mean, makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I'm trying to look to see if I have any notes of her.
Right. So Lovia was saying that she lifted her hand.
No.
Messing with
Oh,
me.
I bullshit. I was fucking with Alex. He's convinced that everybody we encounter is a Rakshasa.
Everybody that
And
I keep my
I
guard down has
am-
been the Rakshasa. So I have to keep my guard up and bring it up every single time. So people is incentivized not to make that one to be the Rakshasa.
But now you told him this your plan, so you're doomed.
He already knew what my plan was. It wasn't like it was a secret. He knows we're playing a different game against each other.
Well, Viva, yeah. I don't have anything about this little girl in any of my notes.
I'll go see if I have anything on mine.
She slipped under completely undetected.
and
There you go.
she cocks her head and she looks at you.
Oh, we're invisible though.
Oh,
Oh.
Does she see us if even though we're invisible?
well, I mean, okay. So I just want to know how careful you guys were. You guys came in through an ashen storm, stood in an ashen storm, invisible.
But they have Val has passed out a trace on, so like the shadows grip to them more. So like if we're already in a dark
Okay.
area, like I mean things cling to them. So like that's what the +10 comes from. And it's like if they want,
Okay, just so there's no possibility.
I mean they can roll, but like, they're gonna have
We
high
can
as
roll,
shit
yeah.
rolls.
All right, so then
I-
nothing. She just continues to. Okay, so you just observe this child as she gathers the food, puts these like kind of putrid, wretched things on a plate, and then gathers them up.
I feel we're losing a plot point here.
Nope, you guys are super good. And she leaves.
Does
No.
she have?
I'm gonna
Does she
keep
look like
following
she
her.
has any tar-like things on her, or in like anything like that?
Without having to do a roll, like no, she does. She does seem very Atari.
Hmm.
She's more of a Sega,
Um,
really.
Yeah.
I almost feel like we might not have anything to do with this. But due to the very fact that we have not noticed her up to this point means that probably not a lot of other people have noticed her to this point, which means she could have seen a bunch of things
We're just
and nobody even noticed that she was there.
You hear a very slight, well, duh, as she leaves the room back into the inner ward. No.
That's a really meta DM.
Oh my
Yeah.
She means nothing, but it was just like, we just didn't notice her, and she just feels like she fades from existence once again.
Okay, this is gonna scare. There's nobody else in this room, right?
There are a lot of people in that room. The particular room where you saw her gathering up the things, there's actually a lot of people in that room. There are like, I don't know, goblins maybe that are like serving the food, putting it on the platter. There are
So
other
this is like an active kitchen.
yeah.
Okay.
This doesn't strike me. If I can just say something to like the general group, like out of earshot of anything in that room, this doesn't strike me as the place that someone that we were following that just did the previous murders would just run off to like they did, right? Like they're not gonna go run from the murders and then go to the kitchen directly, right?
I don't know. That might set up an alibi for them if they're seen being
Seeing.
here doing their normal job
I don't think anyone
at
saw them do
roughly the
murder.
same time of anything else happening.
We were following someone
Um,
with something on them. Wouldn't they have to go clean up first? Like, wouldn't that be?
Wouldn't the kitchen be a good place to clean up?
Or
Well,
a
it
bad
depends on
place
what
to clean up?
all these other
It depends on like.
buildings are. Because, I mean, you would want to go clean up incriminating evidence in a
Privately,
spot where
right?
not a lot of people would see you cleaning.
Or notice you? following your directions. If you believe that she is the one, then
I just don't. I don't know. She's just the first thing we saw. I don't know if that's the one.
she may have information, or she may need food. Did she look? I can do medicine if you want her insight. Did she look starving or malnourished or abused?
You got the roll for that?
Sure. Would you rather insight, medicine, and what would you like?
I would like an insight, please. Yeah, so starving, malnourished, it's not healthy. The relationship that she has with this keep, not great. I think part of you kind of like maybe internalizes the idea that the fact that you had not seen this person particularly weighs a little bit on you.
Yeah, a lot actually.
So she's. If there are more people in the room, shouldn't talk to her there.
She already left the room, right?
She's walking out, so
She's already gone. Yeah, she left into
Yeah,
the
I
inner
wanna-
ward.
let's go back out and see where she's going.
I'm fine with that.
Ashley, do a stealth, please.
Okay.
You roll
Do you
with
need stealth from
advantage.
everybody or just her? Because we were all going to follow.
Ash should-
I wanted.
Is the one that's.
So it's 27.
What do you mean it's a 27?
She's
My spell, it gives her a +10.
So I rolled with advantage because I'm invisible,
Okay.
and I rolled a 17, and then
All right.
That's
You
better
follow
too.
her. She heads back into the main part of the keep.
shit.
And she kind of like makes her way through the first, second, and third floor, leaving platters outside of some of the major doorways that you guys are familiar with.
Mhm.
Lich, Thosterix, uh,
Oh, she's like okay, breakfast.
She's a servant girl,
Yeah.
mhm.
and no one notices her because she's the servant, and yet those eyes have likely seen more.
A investigation check from you, Astrid.
Okay. My favorite roll. Oh, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I don't want to interrupt what she's doing, but I also do want to trail her to basically wait until like she's not holding food platters.
Most of the things that she leaves behind, let's say, what she leaves in front of particular guests is a seems like a freshly severed arm
Ugh.
and a platter with a kidney. As you travel and you realize, no coincidence, whose door that is in front of.
Yep.
This is why
Right.
paladins and clerics hate vampires.
Absolutely delightful.
In front of one door She just leaves a bottle. And then the last room that she leaves is a looks like a kind of a soup bowl, and it leaves steam.
I have a quick question.
Uh-huh.
When we were in the kitchen-esque area, she was preparing food, right? No?
I think she
He
just
was
No.
basically like
She was just
picking it up.
Never mind.
Only, I mean, we don't know how the second death was done, but I mean, Red Rum and Tidid were not murdered by food. But even though there was a poison involved, right? There was a blade and stuff like that. It seems that the physical attributes of that attack don't match up with her right now, and I don't know why she would be in these unknown locations if, even regardless of the fact if her stature allows her to be mostly unseen, that doesn't really mean why would she still be in locations that seem to be mostly secret for select. That's not usually someplace that you would have like food servants kind of going to and from.
As you guys continue to follow her, the final stop she leaves is a platter full of foods. That is, compared to the rest uncommon here. There are orange and yellow cheeses. There are green and red apples. There are thinly sliced meats like prosciuttos. And she lays this outside of a doorway that you're quite familiar with.
Is it ours?
Okay, so before this there was a soup, and then before that was a bobble. You said?
A bottle?
You said bottle or bobble?
Bottle.
Bottle.
Oh, a
The
bottle.
fuck is a bobble? It's a bobble.
A bobble is a thingy. It's a bobble.
Bubble means champagne,
Which
right?
is why I
Yes.
wasn't sure what it was.
You really got me here. You got me. He's got me. He got me with a bobble. Bobble,
She
bobble.
just left a bobble. I was like, oh man, what's the bobble?
A bottle.
A bobble.
That's a mystery.
All right.
This is why we haven't solved this in 6 months.
What's in the bobble?
What's in the bobble? What's in the bobble? What's in the bobble?
Okay.
So we can assume. I don't know the differentiator between a bottle and soup for the remaining people that would.
I don't think that's
What was in the bottle? Was it just blood? Was it a bottle of blood for
No,
one of
we
the
had
vampires?
the vampire got the
severed arm and the
severed
kidney.
head, yeah, and the kidney.
They don't need to eat flesh. An undead could eat the flesh.
They're racist.
I don't know,
It
dude.
was
I don't-
the vampire. And
I mean, okay, just because I'm making this shit up. A severed arm is like a juice box.
Okay,
It's still got a good amount of blood in it.
fair.
It's like a juice box.
It's like a juice box. It's like a
It's like a goat.
You can suck on it.
it's like a go-gurt.
Oh,
You're right. More like a go-gurt.
Like
Oh
all
my
vampires,
God,
like
what the
Alucard.
fuck?
That's canon,
Their
okay?
blood out of
So, like-
a chalice,
Like, yeah.
not out of a severed arm. That is my
These
bad.
are not
Mm.
bougie
He likes it
vampires.
served.
I know.
Sometimes
I think it's
I
squeezed from the
assume-
fingertips
assume
all the
all
way up
vampires are
Yeah.
up to the elbow.
It's
like a
a
go-gurt.
churu.
Yeah. I don't.
Churro really.
I'm gonna go ahead and leave that one.
Oh my God.
All right.
You're horrible.
Fine. Do we know if I can you open our door from the outside? I know it's locked from the inside,
No, it was locked from the outside. We got locked in.
so you could open the door from the outside.
Probably. How else would Doss have like been there inside our room when we showed up?
I don't know.
Mhm.
Magic.
Wheelies.
Wheelies.
We're back to the wheels.
I'm just trying to decide.
And just by the way, this is taking up a large chunk of our hour.
I've been,
I know,
as we've
I'm
been
trying-
stopping
I-
and debating
Which
things, I've
is-
been letting out the air.
No.
I was literally gonna say
I want to point out the fact you guys completely forgot about the 10-minute
I have
rule.
not
I did
forgotten
not.
about the 10-minute thing. I've been mentally thinking
This
of like
was-
whenever we say there's gonna be like we're at a 10-minute mark, I was going to do
Okay,
it
okay,
100%.
all right. All
But I
right.
also don't want to talk over somebody to say that, hey guys, I'm keeping this guy with air. Like,
Okay.
Every once in a while, you just like show them.
I would love the fact that you guys had that huge argument
I
forever.
just assume every time we stop, I'm just like
Forgot-
letting up a
and then
little bit of
kinda
air
forgot
as
about
we're
it.
having a little
Would've
bit of
been-
like talk, and I'm just in a corner, invisible, just letting there's just a hole opening up, and then like, and then it's going back away. Like,
Pat him on the head.
Out of all
Attaboy,
the
David.
PCs.
Attaboy. Okay,
Don't
so you
touch him,
guys,
that would be bad.
So Astrid and
it is in the very early hours of the morning. This food meant to be your breakfast, laid outside. You find yourselves in your room once again.
Wait, no.
But no, not in the
No,
rooms.
no.
we still got a little bit longer with our visibility.
So I was okay. So basically, I was trying to decide how to do this without like
Just say it. Just do it.
without like traumatizing or anything. I want to open the door and take her with me into the room.
She's gonna kidnap the kid into our door.
I'm gonna kidnap the child.
Do it.
Okay.
And that's where we
And
got
I am-
canceled.
this.
I am invisible still, so this will be extra terrifying for her.
So
So
I really know the trauma, M&T.
yeah. So I'm like once she sits the food down, I'm gonna since I'm in the front apparently,
You
I'm
sack
assuming
her
she's tiny.
through the door.
I'm gonna with one arm scoop her up. And with the other, open the door as quickly as possible. And then with my foot drag the food tray into the room.
You sweep in this kind of one sweeping motion, pick her up, open the door. Everybody kind of floods in behind you. And you set this child down the corner.
Once the door is shut, I will drop invisibility.
Right. Okay.
So she's
And
being kidnapped by ghosts.
she just smirks at you all and says,
She's the only one invisible or not invisible. We're all still, the rest of us are still invisible.
Yeah, I've dropped my invisibility.
"You have no idea how loud he is." And she looks in the general vicinity of your Goliath. Doesn't necessarily spot him, but in the general vicinity,
No, I accept this. I 100% accept this.
Invisibility doesn't get rid of sounds.
Yeah.
it is.
I'll drag the tray and sit it like between us because I'm assuming I
Oh.
sat her down, sat the tray, and sat down.
You would not believe how incredibly easy it is to be invisible. It isn't until this evening that you even saw me, correct?
It's true. And
Uh-huh.
I will stop being
Want
invisible
to
because it's pointless. Clearly.
deeply apologize.
No need to apologize. This is a place that the more you are not seen, the better you're And fortunately, all eyes are focused on you right now.
If you'd like, we could trade. I'm Kidding.
No, there is much more I can do here than you all can. You're a bit doomed, I must say.
Wouldn't
We've
be the
been
first
doomed
time.
since we walked through. Didn't we walk through a portal to get
Yes.
here?
No,
we've been
I
doomed
agree.
since we
You've
walked
been
through the
doomed since you
portal.
walked in. Nia has walked circles around you.
Wait,
Neil?
say that last line again.
Ugh. Freaking
Ilmok?
no. Freaking
Yes, of
nutcase.
course. No, she's
Ilmok. Nim?
yeah. Yes.
What? I thought we were talking about what's her face. I literally don't know her. Okay. We were talking about the same.
She's been leading you through this gauntlet the entire time. Literally walked you through a portal into this cursed place, and well, I certainly saw her bewitch the guards uh outside the room of the master of the keep the night that they died.
How willing are you to testify all of
Absolutely not.
Not at all.
We got a recording of this.
Well,
Well,
But it gives us what we thought.
No, it just proves that we were wrong again. It gives us
we now know who,
yeah.
but we don't know how to prove it without incriminating our lovely friend here. What is your name?
no.
Where is there?
I think it's better that you don't know, since you just now saw me. My name.
As the DM thinks of some dumb name real quick.
Look,
Damn it!
we'll just call
Don't
you.
you don't you put me
We'll
on.
call you Nobody for now. I feel like that meets everyone's needs. If that makes you feel better. Do you know where we could find proof that she's behind this? You seen anything where she keeps her secrets, or where we could find why she's been doing this? I assume it's not just simply in her room.
Did we convince her to do?
We don't need to know why we ended up there. We just need to know where we need to go. And nobody here.
Girl or
We
No,
can't
no,
we
no.
can't tell on Nobody.
Nim.
I think
would we give her?
you convince. If you convince Thos to bring Nye in front of in front of the procession tomorrow, I'll step up. I'll tell him what I saw.
What if we somehow were able to convince
Zorn.
the other two that we've been talking to? My brain is
Zorn.
so
Zorn and
jumbled right
Thos.
now. Yeah. If we could convince them, get them on the same team to allow to get her to take the potion, because theoretically the first night before the first murder,
Who would take the potion? What?
Didn't you
Nye.
already convince Thos? Or didn't you already convince
We already talked to Zorn. I have a meeting
Zorn
with
that
Thos this
Thos
morning.
is the culprit?
Yeah, but that was
Were
more
you
like
in
a
the
shot
room
in
when
the
we were
dark.
talking
to Probably.
him?
You know, we were down.
Oh, how do I know?
Yeah.
I think she's proving her
Do
point.
you remember how you had no idea I was here? You remember how you guys walked past me? I literally brought you to your rooms, made your beds.
Yep.
See, the thing is, when you're the help, no one understands how much you can help. No. You're not going to get Zorn to turn on Thomas or
No.
Thos. You're not going to get Thos to rely on anyone.
But
It sounds like we need proof, isn't? And that's
if
what everyone
she,
wants. Sorry.
not nobody, she
Ilmok.
Ilmok. She led us to our rooms both nights that there were the murders. So, could we convince both of them that Ilmok taking the potion would show that she locked us in those rooms?
What potion?
Why? How would that work? I don't understand.
Oh, but we snuck out.
And what potion
they
are you
know that.
referring to?
The mind reading one.
Her getting that potion means she could read our minds.
Oh, I thought it was like a
No,
like a truth serum thing.
no,
Okay,
it is
never mind.
mind reading. You gain the ability to read
spell called
minds.
Zone of Truth.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Mixed.
that is a possibility.
That's assuming that they aren't immune to it or something. I was sneaky.
But no one has given us an option. Vama will try to find something in his bag to share with her for food, just not even thinking about it. He's like, he has to feed the poor starving child.
I mean, Astrid gave her the plate of food that she brought to us.
I'm in a corner opening up the portable hole for air.
All right.
I don't want.
Nobody. You said that you are willing to stand up and speak on our behalf if we can convince Thos to bring Ilmok in front of the people that are coming procession, right?
Right.
I have a meeting with Thos here in a few. Here,
Probably in like an hour or
yeah,
two.
like here soon. Where he wanted me to talk to me direct. If I can convince him,
Accompany you. Yeah. No, I'll go with you. We'll talk to them ourselves,
that works.
and the procession should arrive real soon.
Does anybody have any issues with this? Because I think this is our.
No,
Nobody here is our ticket. Nobody is the one who has seen all of this.
Can I do an insight check?
I just
On nobody?
again.
Oh, my insight is
I
garbage.
just said that to Ben. I was like, someone check her.
I was
Oh.
he was going to, but you said it first.
Mhm.
No, you're being proactive. Come on, go M, go go.
This is gonna be so bad.
Yeah, D&D.
Like I said, it's gonna be so bad.
All right. So, all right. So we do an inside check for. She hesitantly is like she's gonna help. You have this confrontation with Thos, who at some point you guys were leaning towards being the culprit, right?
Mm-hmm.
At some point,
Um,
everyone's been the culprit. Like, it's a real classic Scooby-Doo mystery.
Okay.
Yeah. At this point, we're like, did we kill anybody? We don't even know anymore.
I'm pretty sure I murdered somebody at this point.
She's gonna go ahead and lead you towards his room. We're gonna have this conversation. I would like everybody to adjourn except for me and David. So
End the session here.
good night, everyone.
or-
No, just you guys all mute yourselves and let me and David
Just
talk.
off the exit. Shit.
I mean,
want.
you just hit deafen.
I literally am sitting.
Oh right, you'd actually have to.
Yeah, I have to leave the room.
All right. So this young gal kind of leads you by the finger, and she takes you to Thas's room. You see these kind of giant chamber doors. She leads you inside.
I love you. Lock.
Thas is sitting behind a desk, and he has this grin again that opens up, stretches across his face, and he has these jagged teeth. Again, you see that you can almost smell it from where you are with this decay, brown, stained.
As you requested, I am here before delegation arrives.
The issue we have is greater than I expected. You understand the delicacy we have. Our two worlds balanced on the edge of a blade.
Yeah, well, far too many things are in the balance. Far too is hang on our action. We have to proceed cautiously. Think before we act.
It's that thinking before we act that makes me wonder why it is that you were brought here to us. See, the reports I get, the rumors, the muckraking, the trickling. I would believe you all were duttards and fools. Or you, every time I talk to you, I gain a little bit of respect. See this child. Look at her. I've had to deal with a reality. What it is to survive. You felt that ashen rain tonight. She's felt it entire lives. Breathing it in into her lungs. It has hardened her heart. And I guess I take some sort of comfort from the idea that here at Thay, even amongst the weakest and the lowest, we're crafting individuals, sharpening them for what is to come. And I gaze upon the sword face and I look at what you've all accomplished with your decades and your centuries. And I'm unimpressed. I think to myself, what more can be done? What more can we do? We don't step in front of the way of giants. If we don't become stumbling blocks in front of those who are greater. Uh, the Red Wizards of Thay used to shake this land, used to just by sheer thought would make people tremble. Here we are, hiding in a keep on the edge of a cliff on the other side of the goddamn world. And for what? I don't even know. So that they can pursue their magics and their beliefs that only they can cheat death. So they think any other kind of necromancy is some kind of betrayal of the truth. It's bizarre to me. Pulls a knife, dagger from his desk, puts it on.
Black blade.
It's this inky black, and it seeps tar. There is so much more that I want you to help me with.
What was that?
That is a 7th level.
Oh, motherfucker. No. Oh, God.
Dominate person.
Oh, fuck me. You're a bastard. All right, what do I got to roll? There's a save, isn't there? I'm not gonna make it. I don't think I do.
There, it is a. I mean, it honestly doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You need somebody else to cast it against you. So
Yeah, that's that.
essentially, what's going to happen is tomorrow I'm going to hand you an item, and you're going to walk into the Great Chamber, and you're going to present it. You're going to present it to the delegation, and you're going to present it to the Red Wizards of Thay, because you son of a bitches killed Rothmordor, and I will never, ever forgive you for that.
I mean, I don't say anything, do I? Or
Nope, not at this point.
nope. Jeez. Out of character, Viva. This is awesome. Everybody's gonna hate me. They're just gonna be like, "You're never allowed to do anything. Stop it."
That will be the
You're
end of
the
this.
worst
Okay,
character.
so we're gonna just bring everybody back on.
Okay. Em, come back. She's very upset already.
No, you're muted.
I saw laughing. Nothing good could have happened.
It's just a bunch of knock-knock jokers. All right, so we're gonna end our episode tonight.
I assume so. Just for the sake of argument, I guess we did nothing else with our time invisible or searching. We just resumed our time in our room, and Val went to the meeting, right? Because that would have been the timeline.
I mean, is there something in specific, like in the room, that you wanted to do while invisible? No. Just wanted.
I was just
To
saying,
get that
like, we didn't
clarification?
find anything like of significance, and we obviously we just had to call it quits and stay in the room.
You don't have to call it quits, but like, I don't know if you're gonna
Yeah, I know. I just
necessarily leave.
We overthought it. I think it's the thing.
All right. So yeah. So okay. So next time that will be the end of tonight's episode. If you want to go ahead and stop the thing, I could talk a little bit about.
That's the end. We're not going to talk about